Well, hello and welcome to everybody. For those of you that are joining us at a later stage, this is the round table. And starting us off today is myself and the cosmic prankster. And we're coming at you from different corners of the world, from all around the world, really. Oh, I need to get up and put on that light, but I've got to put my camera off before I do that. But yeah, so here we are. We're going to be having a really interesting discussion about the 7 organs of the soul. And before we start, I'll give you a little bit of a blurb about dear Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic is he's an interesting cat. As you get to know him, you'll find him, he gets more interesting. He's like an onion. You peel away the layers. So he's sort of doing the work of a modern John Dee, you could say, in a sense. Don't know if he uses a crystal ball, though. Though he is connecting with no crystal balls, huh? But he is channeling the Fae. And the Fae are working with him. They're giving him a system, a language system, a system of cosmogony, a system of magic, really, from the ground roots up. And so this is what he's been doing the last couple of years. So he's got a hands-on, intuitive approach. And tell us a little bit about yourself, dear brother, and welcome. It's an honor to have you here with us.
That's kind of the Fae are telling me I need to kind of go in that direction more. I've been kind of going over more kind of like the logic of the extra dimensional stuff. I got to kind of focus more on the illogical aspects now to kind of make sense of the whole equation. Interesting how that goes, but it's been quite an interesting journey working with these beings and all the stuff they've been telling me. One of the things they've been teaching me recently is about different levels of infinity. I think that's been kind of interesting. How depending upon like there's different stratums of of conceptual infinity, and it's kind of interesting. Like you go through these like 4 different layers to uncover like what they call Ozozo. Really interesting. So we got Indy Sage here.
Yes.
Throw it over to him.
I got here a couple minutes late. Glad to be here.
We've got our next speaker on the board, this Indy Sage. Indy is primarily a shadow worker, though it's not his only gig. It's his heartfelt passion because his life has taught him a couple of tempering adventures that have caused him to become more wholesome and more integrative of his deeper repressed emotional complexes. We all tend to lose bits of ourselves along the way. It's obviously a very shamanically inspired path because shamanism is really all about taking your shadow back. So, a big part of shamanism is soul retrieval, which is effectively, grappling with the pieces of yourself you've left behind. And Indy Sage is also an occultist from different paths and also an anthropologist. So he's got a whole lot of wonderful buckets to dip his fingers into. And he's a studious student. So he loves books. Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you on the show. And do please share a few words about yourself.
Thank you for the warm welcome. And this should be a great discussion. We're talking about the 7 organs of the soul today. And I know in Taoism, they've had some ancient wisdom about the organs and the soul and the life force all being integrated, and very, very high functioning part of the body and the spirit is the emotions that are within those organs. Now there's also the I'm sure the figurative 7 organs of the soul as well, which we'll probably get into as well. So it should be a great discussion. But as was mentioned earlier, I do shadow work as one of my passions. And it's been really amazing to go from being in steep inner turmoil to flipping it over into strong inner joy and self-mastery after having gone through some processing of my shadow that had been somewhat lost for many decades in my life. But having gotten it back and integrated, I feel whole and complete. And I share now my compassion with the world. Having been a misanthrope in my youth, I didn't trust people. I was more of an animal lover and nature lover, but I was kind of against humanity. And so it took me a long time to be able to find that love and compassion for humanity in return once again. But it's been a beautiful journey. And I also delved really deep into a lot of anthropological studies as well. I'm interested in what humans are, what makes us different, and where we're going. So but we'll have to get in some of that later. Glad to be here, guys. What we got here? Inspiration, intuition, memory.
Sorry, I've got myself a little tied up in knots. This Ubuntu system is really lovely. You can't get hacked, but it's not as simple as it doesn't just do things for you. You got to sort of think for yourself a little bit. But it's definitely worth having. It's like I was talking to my girlfriend the other day about getting onto virtual private networks. I was like, oh, what do you need that for when you're running Linux? You don't need that nonsense. But here we go. I've drawn this in children's color pencils, so I hope it's not too simplistic, but it should be able to give you a little bit of an idea of a concept that I'm trying to share. So you'll see here there's 3 circles, right? There's a blue circle, there's a yellow circle, and then there's a red circle. And then there's 2 points of intercedence. Is that the right word? Intercedence. Where you've got this viscous, what's it called? Vesica Pisces forming between the 2 circles. And they're forming here between memory and will. So here's just a very simple idea of, what are the parts of the soul? Well, not really the parts of the soul. What are the organs? The organ of inspiration, the organ of intuition, the organ of memory, the organ of imagination, the organ of will, the order of instinct, and the order of sensation. And I've sort of put these to be in tune with the chakras, to be in tune with the 7 principles of Hermes, and to be in tune with the etheric field, the astral field in yellow representing energy, and the causal field in blue representing pure thought. And so we see memory holds a very special function. We see will holds a special function. And these also are really essentially 3 principles. So this is a triangle, essentially, if you think about it. These 3 features. But we've also got an interesting point where, the top of one field, like the highest potential of the astral is the most mundane potential of the causal. And the most mundane potential of the causal is the highest potential of the etheric. And so we can see there's a certain polarization happening here. And within the physical body, you would then have sensation, and that would be the next circle, right? Representing these 3 circles. And so each of these 3 circles would then be represented by intuition, imagination, and instinct, but on a lower frequency, because you can see inspiration, intuition, memory. On a lower frequency, we've got memory, imagination, and will, because the memory represents both the cosmic memory and the personal memory, right? The Akashic field, the Akashic plane, and your personal memory of who you are, your ancestral lineage. But then there's also that which you can remember beyond that, like the subtotality of all creation. And will, there's the personal will, the will of one's own desire to move one's body and to move one's own forces around oneself. But then there's also the cosmic will, the will of the soul of the world. And here's an interesting point, that you see these 3 principles working 7 points, but memory sort of plays a double role and will plays a double role. And you'll notice that in all occult fraternities, memory and will are normally the 2 focuses of training. Train your will and develop your memory is normally the path that is most often chosen. So I thought just to throw us in with an image, because an image gives it like a real concept. And I don't know, I thought I'd just put that ball out there. What do you guys think? Putting it back to you guys. Please tell me we're all here.
We're
Are
here.
you with me? What do you guys think about these 7 organs? Like basically when we're looking at something like, I I would say that memory is a fundamental part of the structure of the universe, right? Because everything seems to be a memory. Everything seems to be a recording, if you will. And we're living in this fundamental dream time, which is really a construction of memories, though this memory system is constructed and navigated by will, personal will, free will. That becomes the rudder or the sail that carries you through the world of memory, and the imagination seems to be central. Yeah.
I just remembered. I think one of my Fae friends, we were having a conversation about memory, and did, I think it was maybe a Bazooka or Sliz, and brought something a really kind of an interesting point. I don't remember which one it was who said it, but when you think about like memories, and you think about like, you know, like for example, like you go on a vacation somewhere, you plan a trip to a specific location. Like let's say you want to create a memory that you visited Spain, for example. And so the idea that I've been formulating lately is that memories are not tied to the brain. They're tied to the location in which they take place. And I was thinking, if memory is truly just in the brain, then it wouldn't make any difference whether or not you went to Spain or not. You could just basically pretend you went to Spain and, you know, think that then it would be just as real as going to Spain. But that's not how it works in real life. And so in order to get like an actual true memory of being in Spain, you have to physically be in that location. And what that infers is that if memory was just in the brain, you know, it wouldn't make any difference whether you made a physical memory or you imagined it in your mind whatsoever, because it's all the same thing, if that's what memory basically is. But the idea that, you know, when you remember, like if you remember that, like the aforementioned Spain trip that I'm using as a hypothetical here, those memories of Spain don't exist in your head. They exist in Spain where they happen. So when you make memories, so when you remember something, your mind is transported to a specific location in space and time. And that creates the sort of the imprint. So I don't know, it gives you a different kind of like perception as like what memory is, that it's more like this kind of a harmonic resonance with the location and your relationship with it, rather than some kind of like movie that plays in your head that has no connection to the location it was created in.
Yeah, memory is a fascinating thing. Memories can be implanted sometimes, and so not all memories reflect an experience that was had, but most memories do reflect somewhat of an experience, but more contain the interpretation of that experience. The personal interpretation of the experience is what the memory consists of. And so when we want to look at those memories in a new light, like for example through shadow work, there's a great exercise in which it's called the golden opportunity, where when you feel triggered and you're about to emotionally react, your memories in your mind may be there, like a irking memory about like when that happened last really irked you, and you want to really unleash now because it's been building up in you. So those memories about like things never go my way or something like that, to that degree, can be altered. And so in the golden opportunity, when you step back and instead of emotionally reacting, you think to yourself, okay, this is a place where I can transform myself. Instead of making an ass of myself and showing my ass, so to speak, I can actually step back and use this opportunity to realize there's something within me that needs attention. There's something that needs healing. And so you can go inside and think to yourself, okay, that was unfortunate what happened to me in the past, but I do not regret it. I'm grateful for what happened to me in the past. Has made me stronger. I'm willing to let this go. I've learned the lesson, and I'm willing to move on. I'm no longer going to let this come into my other relationships. This is something from my past that I need to work on. So in that process, you can actually alter your interpretation of your memories as well. So it's very interesting how much flux memories really have, and how they can actually be kind of fiddled with a little bit as well. So, but I think that memory has a lot to do with the ability to learn from our mistakes in the past. And when we have negative emotions, it's usually connected to so-called negative emotions are usually connected to a lesson that we've failed to learn. And so we're constantly being reminded that this lesson was here. We have not yet taken it into consideration. And so through my work in shadow work, I've come to realize that a lot of these intrusive thoughts or burdensome emotions actually have a reward that they're trying to offer you most of the time. So that can be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, exactly, brother. Just exactly how pliable the memory is. And namaste, welcome. We've got Vincent that has joined us. We've got Mexico that's joined us. Big love, big blessings. You guys are here. We've also got Lauren and Rob and some of you sitting in the back, chilling backstage. Enjoy. I hope you guys are tuning in and getting into the flow. And yeah, absolutely. I love what you both have put in there. You know, memory. We think of memory as just recorded information in the brain, which it is. But what is recorded in the brain? like Cosmic says, you know, different place. Like I think of, from a shamanic perspective, a big part of my personal path was memory related. So basically, I went. This must have been in the mid-90s. I got to a point where I really I was dealing with so much. I had real mommy issues when I was growing up. Right, my mom and myself had a catabolic relationship. It was challenging. I was a terror of a teenager. Like the worst son any mother could want. She had no idea of what I was getting up to, but her sixth sense told her that her son was in danger, because like my life was often in danger as a teenager. Frequently, I would do stuff that other people wouldn't do, that you just shouldn't do. Yeah. And so I got to my mid-20s, and through occult work and meditation and practice and training, I realized that there was a lot that I had to find from my past. And so what I did was I meditated, and I kept seeing these places where I was when I was younger. So I would go to the place and I would sit on the earth where I was, and I would absorb the memories from the earth and absorb the lesson of those memories from the earth. And I went to all the places where I'd been as like a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year, different ages, you know, from that point onwards, and literally absorbed all of the memories. And then I noticed when I was doing this, I was like, wow, there's more memories down here. This earth is full of memories. There are my memories here, but there's other memories here, other people's memories, other things. There's other dynamics that have happened here from a long time ago. Like I could remember a time when the sea had been where I was living. I was like, how could the sea have been this high? But I knew as a child, I can remember the sea being here and there's creatures of the ocean in this place where I'm living. Very weird concept. So I totally get that there's a lot more going on within memory. And like Cosmic says, you know, the entire universe is constructed of what we call memory. Ori. So Ori means light, right? The light that's coming into extension. And mem is that substance, the watery substance that holds the light in structure so that it can crystallize into matter. So the entire universe, from my perspective, is made out of memory. Which, when I'm speaking about memory here, I'm speaking more specifically about, just to be clear, I'm speaking about this memory, which connects to the fundamental, to the proverbial soul of the world, where the personal memory is an extension of the astral field. Now, the astral field, think of it as the ego. And so the ego has to manifest. So the soul body comes which is what this blue circle represents, which in Vedic cosmology we call it the causal body, the causal field. In the Kabbalistic terminology, we call this the Atzilut. And the Atzilut, the causal field, the true seat of the soul, which is in Visuddhi chakra and Ajna chakra and Sasra chakra, the crown, the so-called third eye, and the throat chakra. These three elements are the place where the proverbial soul is situated, which is why when you see that drawing of the Sushumna chakra, right? Where you can see the Kundalini, right? You'll notice that this fundamental structure of reality represents this coming together of these energies. And I've often drawn this picture up for you guys before.
I love the heart being the imagination. That's awesome to me.
Yeah, well, that's the point of polarity within the human body, you know.
So much power.
So it's fundamentally the way I see it, and these are not things that I've gotten from a book. In fairness, this is just my own experience of working with these particular energies that gives me this particular impression. But I will change the sharing for a moment and present something different, just to give us an idea of this. We've mentioned this before, but it's always worth mentioning. So here we have this diagram of the Sushumna, which is that middle pillar of the Kabbalists. And here the vagus nerve. Hope you guys can see my cursor. I take it you can, yeah? The vagus nerve, at this point, these two actually become resolved into Sushumna. So this diagram is not specifically correct, because these polarities exist beneath Sushumna chakra. I mean, the Sushumna point in Visuddhi chakra. And from here on through, the energy is in the central pillar, from the Sastra to the Ajna to the Visuddhi chakra. Yes, these polarities exist, but they exist within a state of being resolved into the central pillar of Sushumna, or the central nadi, because you've got the Pingala and the Ida nadi, the moon and the sun nadi, if you will. And so when you sort of consider that for a moment, it can give you a little bit of an insight into the way in which I love you more than anything in the world. Bye-bye. No repetition. Go safe. It's my little boy. Bye-bye. He's going with his mom to the shop. So, yeah, you know, there is this powerful recognition here of these principles that are sort of resonating here. And the memory represents the Akasha in Vedic cosmology, right? And this is one of the three fundamental principles of the Kabbalah: the Mime, the Shin, and the Aleph, which are the three proverbial mother letters. And so they are rather the key to the structure of all things. These three fundamental principles that are recreating themselves. So when we look at that memory, it is really the point of interaction between the soul body and the personal identity of what we can call the ego. And now, in modern days, people use the word ego haphazardly. When I say ego, I do not mean persona, but the ego wears a persona. And when the ego wears a persona, which it has to wear, the persona can color the ego. And so when people are speaking about, oh, that person's egotistical, that person's It just means that that person's persona has become so imprinted upon the ego that the ego has forgotten its connection with the soul body, with the deeper self. And the soul body is what transcends life from one life to the next life, transcends and moves from body to body, to incarnation, and holds the Akashic memory of all things, holds the infinite knowledge of all things, holds the infinite potency within the soul's potential to create, harmonize, and bring about manifestation on all levels. So this ego state is really the imagination. And the imagination really is working between the poles of memory and will. So that brings a sort of memory to being like one of the most sort of seemingly fundamental parts of the whole program. However, it's not any more than anything else, if that makes sense, because the imagination is really the key to the inner child revelations, becoming in tune with our sense of play. I think we've lost that. What do you guys think, in this modern world of money and success?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we get consumed with trying to fit in and function in a dysfunctional system. And it's you can work your whole life trying to do better at working in this terrible economy and really not get anywhere. It's a good distraction. And we stay very distracted with a lot of that. But, there's so much more we can do. And if you can embrace your passions, then your life can really turn on and start to light up. But a lot of people get stuck in their role as a servant of society, just there to serve their community or their family, or both or more. And so sometimes we get locked in that role. But when we go through a midlife crisis, we get another chance, our last chance to awaken our soul and start to engage in that personal journey of creation. We have something that we want to make, that we've wanted to do in our life, that we're passionate about, and we push that aside for a long time just to be able to get our ducks in a row. But if we can go back and reawaken that, then we can have our passions back, and we can really find true joy and share our amazing creation, a personal creation, with the world. So we all have that opportunity, but we don't always get to utilize that opportunity.
One of the things I've been thinking about lately is that I think what we call society, and because with my whole Zarfexology thing, I've realized that what we consider society and culture is kind of allocated to sort of one Zerfax channel, which is what they call the A Zerfax. Now, for people who know, the way my system works is I try to understand the mapping of the universe through these bubble-like circles called Zerfaxes. I actually want to do another simple little diagram here because I
You still with us,
my
brother?
diagram. Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Uh,
You diagrammatizing.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out where it is. I don't know. I have these alphabetically labeled. I always very hard time finding this particular. Here we go.
Yeah, we do tend to get stuck in channels of memory, what was done before.
Right.
Following in the steps.
All right. So the way I figured it out, so this is basically each one of these circles is a Zerfax, right? And that Zerfax is like a 3-dimensional plane. And this is kind of how our mind is sort of mapped out, essentially. And this triangle right here with the yellow and pink triangle, this is kind of like where the soul or the self is. And then on the left side, you have mundane reality. And then on the right side, you have more of the astral reality. Now, what I've realized is that in terms of things like society, culture, and so on and so forth, they all exist within this Azerfax channel right here. Now, this is the channel of like symbols, buildings, sort of memorized routines and patterns that we just kind of do automatically. So for example, if you have a route to work that you sort of internally memorize because you go on it for, every single day, that's what's going to show up in the Azerfax. It's basically kind of the Zerfax of your mental memory of the world around you. But what I kind of realized is that the Kids Zerfax channel, it's almost like this is a completely different world of politics, because this is the channel of organic consciousness. It's not really necessarily related to society and culture. This is kind of the channel that's sort of ruled by nature. And then when I realized, when I spend sort of, in terms of my conscious experience, I spend more time in this channel, you start to realize that everything that you think is important and everything you think that's like in terms of, how you feel about yourself, how you measure up in society, it's like, well, I may not be accepted in this Zerfax channel, but I know I'm accepted. I know Mother Nature accepts me in her Zerfax channel, essentially. And I think what's interesting is that, because you mentioned this 7 organs of the soul. Well, in this Zarfaxology, there's 7 Zerfax channels. So you have one here, Azerfax channel, Zaphra's channel, Nezerfax, Ezerfax, and Kids Zerfax, which goes sort of on both sides. And kind of like what I've learned is that what this system essentially shows is that when you have a shift in consciousness, or a change in your sense of perception, or you alter your perception, you are actually moving in a different spot in this map here. So you think of each one of these circles represents an infinite 3-dimensional plane, right? And then when you move on to a different state, you move to a different 3-dimensional plane, because now that 3-dimensional plane is based on a very different state of awareness, a different state of consciousness. So really what this chart essentially is a map of the 4th dimensional landscape that exists around us. And I think once you kind of understand those different dimensional planes, you start to realize that what we call society, civilization, and culture only exists in one of these sort of channels, only exist in one of these dimensional planes. And you realize there's all these other dimensional planes that exist outside of it. I think having that awareness of a world much larger than the one society's created for us, I think is important, at least in my spiritual understanding, but I'm sure it's relevant for, the kind of stuff you do is too. Because when I look at some of these philosophies, and I'm thinking particularly like with postmodernism. Now, postmodernism is essentially the idea that there are no ultimate universal truths. And you can kind of like make sense of that if you look at society and culture, where it's like, certain things like, we got to go, work every day, or, there's certain cultural things that, that seem that, they could be culturally constructed. They could be arbitrary, but then it goes beyond that point into nature, where it starts to realize that things like, sexuality and gender are also arbitrary. And you realize that, there is no deeper ultimate truth. But the reason for that, and why they come to that conclusion, is they assume that humans and human beings are the sole arbiters of truth, and that the meaning of the universe begins and ends with us. What I'm trying to say is that, where it ends with us, it begins with nature. Nature has its own will, its own sort of cosmic forces that exist outside of human civilization. There's a whole world. What we think of as the human world is a very small world. It's very small on the cosmic scale, but we've been thought to think that it's the only world, and there's nothing that exists outside of it. It's kind of like that one famous occult diagram where you see there's like, there's the guy sticking his head out of that dome, and there's like a city and like a little, like a couple trees behind him, and he's looking out and seeing all these gears and the clockwork machinations of the universe. And I think having that outward perspective is important for gaining perspective here, and really recognizing how insignificant a lot of the things we think are significant that hold us down and hold us back and make us forget about who we are. And another one of the things that the Fae, they always talk about, is that you find eternity in your own mystery, and that there's a certain kind of a freedom in the sort of understanding the mystery of your being. Because once you realize that the origin of your being is ultimately mysterious, you then realize that no one has the capacity to define it for you. No one has the capacity to define who you are, because you represent part of the mystery that transcends all of that. I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
I love that, finding your eternity in your own being. Is that what it was?
Yeah, finding the understanding the mystery of your origin will set you free, because then it's like no one else can define who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot in that, you know. Interesting how your little diagram seems to account for the 49 gates. Is that a blue jay? That must be for Mr. Summer. It's always summer wherever Indy is. Have you guys noticed? It doesn't matter if it's February. It's summer there, right, Indy?
It is. It's really hot out here.
Yeah, man.
I thought I've
Crazy
been
weather
to work every day, assuming that it's gonna get cold again, and it has not. I've just been sweating, so I'm gonna come out and get some sun today.
You're lucky, man. Well, I don't know if you're lucky, because nature is probably feeling the impact of like, hey, what's going on with the sun? The plants must be saying, where's our winter? Who took it from us? But yeah, I totally where you're coming from, Cosmic, and I like as well, like I was saying, that the 49 gates seems to be represented, the 49 states of awareness where we can attain to understanding. It's part of the Kabbalistic cosmology and philosophy, essentially, these 49 states, and it represents the sevenfold seven nature of the cube of space within which we find ourselves. That's actually an interesting point, something that I should probably mention, which I it's difficult to put into words, but I think you've inspired me, Cosmic. Now, here I draw 3 circles representing the 3 bodies: the causal body, the astral body, and the etheric body. But I want us to understand that all 7 of these principles are present within the etheric body. All 7 of these principles are present within the astral body, and all 7 of these principles are present within the causal body. It's really important to recognize and understand this. But for the purposes of this diagram, inspiration and intuition are the major substance, or the most fundamental activities within the causal body, and memory becomes its outlet. But the imagination, will, instinct, and sensation exist within the causal body, but on a very high level, a high frequency. Then within the astral body, there is inspiration, intuition, and memory, but memory becomes the most fundamental of the higher impulses moving through the astral body. And the world becomes its most fundamental expression. Instinct and sensation are very much a part of it, because in the astral field of consciousness, you are experiencing instincts and sensations. And then in the etheric body, you do have the inspiration and intuition and memory and imagination, but will becomes its most loftiest of ideals, which is to bring about the structure of form. So what we've essentially got here is 3 worlds, each with 7 organs acting within them, but 3 are fundamental, and 1 is most fundamental. And within the astral body, we have 3 elements acting, but 1 is fundamentally important for the upper reality, and 1 is fundamentally important for the lower reality. And those words are not the best words to use, but I'm going to explain to you now why. And this is going to give us an idea of the 4th principle of Hermes as it relates to this. And the same can be said for the fundamental causal or the spiritual reality. So we say that, like in hermetics, we say what is above is as what is below. The etheric is what is below, and the spiritual reality is what is above. So we have the inspiration, the intuition, and the memory, right, being expressed as inspiration becomes will within us, or activates will. Intuition activates instinct in the etheric field, and the memory becomes the body of sensation through which we experience reality. And this meaning that memory is the structure of reality, dream time, cosmic dream time. So within each of these three fields, these three bodies, all 7 chakras exist, all 7 hermetic principles are acting. However, this means that we've got 21 points of activity. And this is quite important to recognize. I want you to think of the Tarot Major Arcana for a moment. It'll give an insight as to why the Tarot Major Arcana is the way it is, or why it's broken up into 3 divisions of 7 cards, with one fundamental, the Fool card, standing apart from it all. So we've got these 3 divisions of 7 cards that represents the 7 principles in the causal field, the 7 principles in the astral field, and the 7 principles in the etheric field. And then we have this point of will and point of memory, which is repeated, and that exists between the worlds. We could think of this as being the caduceus. When we see the caduceus, we say that the shoes of Hermes, or the shoes of Mercury with the feathers that can fly, represents the will. And the hat of Mercury that can touch the divine planes represents the higher faculty of memory. And so we can see that the memory and the will represents that which can cross between the spiritual, the etheric, physical, mundane, and the astral, which is between. So think of the astral as representing the firmament of that which is between what is above and what is below. And that these 3 fundamental principles of inspiration, intuition, and memory are then inverted, right? So inspiration is above, intuition is between, memory is the floor. Memory then no longer is the floor of the astral, but becomes the roof of the astral, in the same way that inspiration is the roof of the causal. Imagination stands between, and will becomes the floor of the astral. But the floor of the astral then becomes the roof of the etheric, where will, instinct, and sensation bring us into the physical body. So these 2 functions represent a principle. And this principle, represented by these 2 functions, represents the polarity that are resolved, whereby all 3 of these circles or spheres become a single reflection, a unity. We think of them as being 3 separate bodies. We think of them as being 3 separate spheres of activity, but in actual fact it is one. But it is broken into 3 because we are sort of dissected or disintegrated from our deepest sense of self. In our deepest sense of self, there is only the causal field. And the causal field has polarities of the astral and the etheric field, but they all exist within the causal field. But because we are not so fully embracing of the causal field, we find this disassociation, step down, disassociation, step down, and many people are disassociated to the point where they're only aware of the physical body, and that these 3 spheres of activity don't even come into their consciousness. And as we become more spiritually inclined, we become aware of the etheric field, and that's where we discover the chakras to begin with, or actually the sephiroth, but people can't often tell the difference, the form and energy. And then the imagination represents the pure energy, the energy that is the structure between, or the structure is probably not the right word, the energy that is the reflection between pure thought and pure substance, pure form. So thought and form are these 2 polarities that are being separated here. And so imagination becomes a reflection of the heart, becomes a reflection of as above, so below. And so as above, so below represents the heart, which is why the heart polarizes the blood, polarizes the ions in the blood. The red blood corpuscles act as, they generate electricity, right? And the white blood corpuscles use this electrical field in order to become magnetic or increase their gravitational potential, so that they can actually lock onto foreign bodies or the minerals within those foreign bodies and absorb them towards themselves and wrap themselves up and neutralize those bodies. So the white and red blood cells are reflected within these 2 principles, in a sense, in the physical body, because all of what is above these 3 fundamental principles are reflected in the three fundamental principles below. But then we notice that the etheric body, if the etheric body is female, the astral body is male. Here's where this is this clue, because everything is inverted. So between the physical body and the etheric body, everything is inverted. So here in the physical body, sensation seems to be the highest potential that we can experience. But I wouldn't call it sensation. I would call it observation. And instinct seems to be the core resonating field, but I wouldn't call it instinct. I would call it an awareness of space and substance. And will then becomes the root of operating in the physical body. And I wouldn't call it will, I would call it choice. So we make choices to navigate the space and substance around us using our senses as a navigation tool, where our senses become the highest ideal of the physical body, and the space orienting substance becomes the body, or the fundamental part of the circle, and the choices then become the proverbial shoes, the feet with which we walk through the space. And so you can see these 4 circles then representing the 4 worlds of the Kabbalah, and these 3 circles representing the 3 worlds of the shaman. However, important to recognize that within each of these spheres there is 7, making 21 archetypes. This is why in our human DNA, when we look at this in its most fundamental way, we see that there are 22 pairs of chromosomes that carry all the information. And the 22nd of the 21st that is produced here, and I'll explain to you what that is you've got 7 points of interaction here that are touching the 7 points of interaction here, but will becomes the doorway in. And then you've got 7 points of interaction within the astral, touching the 7 points of interaction within the causal body, and memory becomes the doorway out. So you've got a doorway out from the spiritual through the Ida Nadi into the body, coming through the memory, and then you've got a doorway in from the etheric to the astral of the will, moving through the Pingala Nadi. And those are those 2 nadis I showed you in that picture of the Kundalini. The Pingala Nadi is the rising channel on the right-hand side of the spine, and the Ida Nadi is the falling, cool lunar channel on the left side of the spine. The Ida falling channel represents that white milk that comes from the pituitary gland, represented as a creative secretion because of the way in which the activities of the Pingala, the pineal gland, produces light inside the head that moves through this claustrum and actually touches the pituitary gland, so that the pituitary gland can secrete the white milk that travels over the top back of the head to touch the pineal gland, which is then secreting a more potent form of a yellow juice that moves through the claustrum, and these 2 different fluids, which are etheric and substance, move down the right and left side of the spine, all 33 points. So these 2 points, this point of the will being that interaction point of the rising current moving into the astral from the etheric, and that point of the Ida, which is that memory point from the current moving from the causal into the astral, becomes a quasi-sphere, but not a sphere, but becomes its own sort of path. And that makes up the path of the 22nd archetype, which is what we call the Fool. This is why there are 22 Hebrew letters. This is why in classical musics in the West, we used to have 22 notes, but they removed 10 semitones in order to create the 12-bar tone system we know. But why today in India, for example, the ragas are still based upon using all 10 extra semitones to produce those 22 fundamental tones, which are the substance and structure of creation of the body, of form, through the field of consciousness, expressing these 7 principles in 3 bodies, making up these 21 principles, with this will and memory becoming the substance of the 22nd quasi. And this is why the Fool has no place in the tarot pack or in the major arcana, but actually represents encompassing or connecting up the other 21 archetypes. So this gives us an insight into why the tarot is the way the tarot is. And so each of these bodies represents all 7 principles. And we notice it's very interesting. These 7 principles come back down to 3 principles fundamentally. There's inspiration, intuition, and memory in its most highest form. Then we have memory, imagination, and will. So inspiration, you could say, represents the first fundamental principle of Hermes, which is that all things are a mental state, a mental experience, and that mental experience is pure thought, and this is of a pure inspiring nature. And then we've got this intuitive function, which is able to help us bridge and understand the correspondences between things. That's the second principle of Hermes. And then we've got the memory, which is essentially the vibrational field that becomes the structure through which this pure mental state of thought energy can become energy through the resonance of the memory and the vibration. And then the polarization of the 4th principle of Hermes produces the energy necessary for the world to come into activity, which is, of course, that principle of rhythm. And the rhythm then becomes the extension of the will. Hence, the shaman are dedicated to the will, because the will is that fundamental primary gate that connects the etheric to the astral body, so that we can learn to travel out of our bodies, gain control of the will. With control of the will, we will gain control of the memory, which will introduce us to the spiritual planes on the higher level of frequencies. And so this 5th principle of Hermes, which we can consider to be a rhythm is an extension of will. Rhythm then becomes that principle of cause and effect. And the cause and effect is what awakens the instinct within us that every effect is a product of a cause. So everything that we do causes an effect. So we have instincts that things are going to happen. Things happen because of what's happened before. This is how the instincts are driven. And the instinct becomes the body through which the cause and effect principle of Hermes can operate through Svadhisthana chakra. For example, in martial arts, the Tantin is about instinct. The Hara is about instinct in Japanese martial arts, because as a fighter, your most important skill set that you can develop is instinct, because instinct is what really puts you in tune with each other in the fighting sensation. And then obviously the fundamental sensation then becomes an extension of the id, of the union between the masculine and the feminine principles within ourselves, of that generative function, which is why we are drawn to sex, because it's sensual, it's food, it's sensual, and also common sense. Also very important when we look at this as a fundamental cause of the structure, because sensation and common sense are closer than we think. So that was a bit long-winded, but I think it's important for us to recognize that things aren't so clear-cut. I've drawn these circles, and I realized the circle is going to cause people to think in a 2-dimensional, but we need to learn to think in hyperdimensional terms. And I'm pretty sure this is going to relate to Cosmic's work as well. Am I right or wrong in the way that the hyperdimensionality operates?
It relates, yeah, definitely. Well. I think it relates to the sort of the Iserfax nodes, as I call that. So if you could pull up that diagram again, it seems that. So the way I look at the, I'm trying to figure out which ones fit, but I know the imagination is the sort of the Zith node. So the idea is that in Zarfaxology, we have sort of like 4 bodies that exist in sort of like 4 different dimensional spaces at once. So we have the physical body, which I think would probably be the will, instinct, and sensation circle. That represents our 5th dimensional experience, what we see externally from us, what we hear around us in our, current physical surroundings. Then we have our imagination body, where it's like there's a completely different 3-dimensional plane, a completely different understanding of your body. This is kind of how you see yourself in your imagination, how you kind of conceptualize yourself. Maybe this is kind of a bit more the ego. Then you have the inspiration, intuitive memory. This would be the I think it's like the O node, and that deals kind of more with like colors. I don't know. That's what it's more emotional and more abstract, something you can't quite really intellectualize. I think that the Zith node, but the idea, is that there seems to be a fourth circle missing here. That there should be, like, imagination should have a counterpoint in the same way intuition and instinct spheres have a sort of a counterpoint. And I think the counterpoint that they would probably do is the interconnective body. It's the body that you share sort of like with the nature mind or whatever. It's like it's the part that's interconnective. I haven't really kind of like fully fleshed out the details on that, but yeah, that's what I'm starting to think. It's like there's an eighth organ that needs to be understood here. Everything is about like 8 in my system and 4s, so I always feel weird with 7.
You're right as well that I've left out the fourth circle because I didn't want to create undue confusion. But I might have mentioned it before that sensation becomes the highest ideal of the physical body, and instinct is so here we have inspiration, which is reflected in as will. Here we have intuition, which is reflected in as imagination. Here we have memory that is reflected in, right, as memory, but a different form of memory. Then here, moving from this sphere, we have memory that is reflected in as sensation. From here, we have imagination that is reflected in as instinct. And here we have will that is reflected in as sensation. In that fourth circle, we have will that is reflected in as the grounding point, which is choice. The choices that we make, free will, in terms of what we call free will. This will that we're talking about here is a more abstract spiritual form of will, but the choices that we make are reflected into the physical body. The instinct is reflected into the physical body as substance, as in like the cause and effect that we're experiencing as a result of our free choices of exercising the will. And the sensation that's reflected in as the highest ideal, I would call that the senses, the experience of sensuality, if that makes sense. So there is that fundamental fourth circle, and I think it's very astute when you mention an eighth thing. I think that when we start to talk about that, we're going into something really intense. Because I think that is when all of them are resolved into one. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I would think that eighth circle would probably connect to sensation and like the Muladhara root chakra, because that kind of like roots us down and like connects us to the earth sphere. What do you guys think about that? Would there be 2 tethers or just the one? Oh, I think you're muted, Franklin. Right.
No, I would say that there definitely seems to be a double-ended everything. Like
Yeah.
the yang and yin tends to be. Look, our bodies, we can't walk without that double-ended principle.
Right.
We can't see without it. We'd have flat vision. We wouldn't be able to figure out distance and space without ears. Directional hearing without having 2 ears. Without having 2 nostrils, we wouldn't be able to distinguish one smell from another.
Right. And I think since
So, like,
the
isn't it?
memory connects to the sensation, I would feel like there'd be a tether from memory and sensation to Muladhara, and then connecting to that other sphere of maybe like the panpsychist mind, or like Mother Nature, or call it what you will.
I would say both memory and will
Memory and will.
are tethered into the physical body, because like the will becomes desire in the physical body, and the memory becomes what we call memories, just little recordings in the brain. Which now this is where it gets interesting. What you were talking about before, how those recordings in the brains can be manipulated.
Yeah.
Because the brain then records this information and we then review the information. But in the process of reviewing the information, our will interacts with the experience and retunes the information and gives us like, was it blue? It was actually purple. It was purple? Yeah, I thought it was blue. No, it was purple. And like, was it sweet? No, it was sour. It was sour? You know, isn't it funny how the brain does it? Like, I remember really disliking the taste of eggplant, aubergine, right?
Yeah.
Brinjal. And like, to me, it was the most disgusting thing. Like, you had to basically like fight me to get me to put that stuff in my mouth when I was a kid. But somewhere along the line, I reprogrammed my sense of taste that I really love aubergine.
Sweet.
It's like
Maybe it
one of
was-
my favorites.
Mushrooms have a similar texture. Maybe that could have influenced it. They're so good.
Very interesting there. And olives is another thing. When I was a child, I ate olives. I was like, ugh,
Yeah, same. I
disgusting.
love that too.
Then I went to live in Israel and I was like, hold on. And I got a bucket of olives and I ate the whole bucket in like 4 or 5 months. Like a bucket of olives.
Damn good for
And
you.
Philippe was like, whoa, I see you eat the olives like an Israeli person. Very good. I get you one more bucket.
Oh wow. At the bucket. That's
Like
awesome.
a bucket of olives from
Yeah,
an
that's-
organic farm.
Source of omega-3 fatty acids. So reduce that inflammation. Olives are even better.
So that's where I learned to eat hummus and olives. I lived on hummus and olives and salads.
I think what it is when you're a
fruit.
kid, you know, you have a kind of like a similar like palette profile. I think when it comes to in terms of music, stories and media you consume, it's like that's one of the things when I noticed when I was younger. Like I tend to like foods where it's like I could easily discern all of the ingredients that were made in the food. Because if my mom would make something like a casserole with all these complex like noodles and plants and meats and sauce, I'd be like, ugh, this is disgusting to me, because you don't really know what you're eating. It just looks like some, you know, random mush. I think sometimes with certain flavors, it's like it's almost like they're so weird we can't quite kind of like understand why we like them. Because I think when you're a kid, it's like you just kind of like things being sweet or salty. And I think as you get older, it's like you kind of appreciate the other tastes like sourness and bitterness and stuff like that. So it's almost like it's kind of like an evolution of consciousness right there, where you start out as something simple, and then as you get older, you complexify. I think kind of like notice the same thing with music. Like I first started listening to music, when I was like in high school, and when most kids like really get into music deeply. I like to kind of like a lot more like mainstream kind of stuff, kind of like a lot of hard rock. But as I got older, like I kind of wanted like more and more weird experimental music that kind of challenged my senses and my tastes. And I think that's kind of what it is with like food, and even with like philosophical ideas, is that we're always looking for like ways to sort of like add new complexity to our being. So I don't know, it's just kind of my thoughts.
What do you guys think about this? Maybe the fact that we breastfeed as in our infancy, and that breast milk is likely to be like sweet and salty, we kind of expand our palate from there. That's like our base node, and then we kind of like find similar things until we start to explore more things later.
That makes sense too. And if you think about it, because if you have like, different women would have different sort of diets and different sort of genetic makeups, there's probably different variations in taste of the breast milk, which would then maybe perhaps account for people having different preferences for different types of food. It's kind of an interesting idea, actually.
You make a good point. I wonder why they haven't really made different types of milk with like different base diets. Like this is milk from like this type of grass or something, because they have honey that's from different types of plants and trees and flowers.
Money. 10, 10, 10, 10. Pink Floyd wrote the song, man. They told us all about it. Money. It's all about money. Because you know what? We'd like it. We'd be like, Why are we drinking that crap when this stuff's available? They're like, no, that crap made out of pure GMO corn, fed GMO cows with pork offcuts. That's what we feed the cows. So, like, go figure, dairy isn't good for us because those poor cows definitely aren't eating what they are. And I'm noticing you guys are putting some lovely energy into the chat here. Jennifer, Rob, Vincent, hope you guys are well. Having a lovely day. And what was it that you were saying a moment ago that was really interesting? I lost the thread there for a moment. Oh yeah, about how as a baby we get. I think there's a lot to that. Because as a baby we need fats and sugars. No? Because like we're growing so much, we need high density nutrients. And fats and sugars are high density nutrients. And maybe as we get older, we don't grow so much. We need less fats and sugars and more of the other minerals. Because now we're not just growing, we're actually calcifying to a point and causing our bones to become solid and stronger, and the muscles, because now we like need to optimal the potential body that we've grown. The beginning, you're just growing the body out of pulp, sugar and fats. Once the body is big enough, then it starts to transform, and it needs those other minerals to transform. So it makes a lot of sense that as a baby in the womb, we would be having that big difference. And I think that the fact that it's sweet and salty is also quite interesting because of what that represents. Elementally, the sweet flavors represent the earth element, substance, mass. And the salty represents holding on to water, right? So the salty represents holding on to a lot of water, and the sugar represents putting on a lot of mass. So big, huge, watery mass, which then can at a later stage be programmed by minerals. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I like that. And also you have to consider that sugar and fat are both acidic. And so over time, with too acidic of a diet, it would lead to a diminishment of health unless we switch to more of an alkalizing diet somewhere. So that could be a factor of the switch from the flavor palette to like exploring new things. And for those who have not experienced alkalizing their diet, I've done it, and it's just really was an amazing thing for my health. If you're not familiar with Dr. Sebi in Alkalize or Die, his book, it suggests that an alkalized body does not have space for pathogens and disease. So there could be really something there. And I think we could all do well by alkalizing our diet to some degree. It hasn't been done already. Apple cider vinegar is a good alkalizer. Not everybody's got a palate for vinegar, though. But I think a good way to start alkalizing would be with citrus and berries. Sometimes citrus is too acidic, and berry and melon would be safer. But if you can do citrus, that's another good one as well. But berry and melon are the easiest way to start an alkalizing diet. Of course, you want your leafy greens as well, if you can get them. There's a lot of polyphenols in there as well, and minerals. And also there's electricity from the sun. Correct.
Your audio is becoming a little bit messy with the sound of wind.
Yeah, the wind is kind of messing with your audio.
All right, I'm going inside, guys.
Maybe you got a window zone. But yeah, I do think that alkalinity is an important point that you're mentioning, because like you can't have calcification of different minerals unless you've got alkalinity, right? That's how many rocks form. Or am I wrong? By alkalinity. And so the bones dissolve in acid. And so if you want to have soft bones, which can grow easily, you need an acidic environment. But if you finish growing and you want your bones to be strong, you need a more alkaline environment. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Which is why things like too much sugar dissolves the bones, right? Osteoporosis and such other bone-related issues from too much sugar eating.
Carbonated beverages also weaken the bones and can attack the bone marrow.
Don't even go there. My son's mother takes him out and buys him this green, I call it gak.
Ugh.
Gak. And it's like cream soda drink. And
Yeah.
so he was negotiating with me earlier about me buying grape tizer tomorrow. And I was like, okay. I don't like to do it. Once in a while, I'll buy like one of those big grape tizers, like the 1.5 liter grape tizer for the house. Because like it's the closest thing I can get to like a fizzy drink that doesn't basically murder everybody in the house.
Right. You know what I like to do is I like to get a mineral water and then put in the mineral water like a juice concentrate. And then it's like 100% fruit juice and water. There's no sugar in there.
Yeah, I mean that can work well, but he wanted a fizzy drink.
Yeah. Well,
So
no,
he was trying to like get a fizzy drink out of that.
like sparkling mineral water. I make my own sodas, just pour it into the mineral water, mix some juice concentrates, and it's got less sugar in it if you like mix water with juice.
Yeah. I get it. Grape tizer is pretty much just grape juice and bubbles, isn't it?
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
Grape
grapes are
tizer is pure. It's 100% pure grape juice but it's still sparkling. And it's like I'm trying to explain to my son. I said that carbon dioxide doesn't want to be in your body.
no,
It doesn't belong there.
Why don't
you
we have
breathe out to get it out.
Is it possible to make like oxygenated drinks instead of carbon dioxide?
The interesting thing is when I oxygenate my water, it tastes fizzy to me.
Yeah,
But it's not fizzy.
it's not.
But it's got that on your tongue.
That's cool.
Like if you drink water from a waterfall.
Yeah.
It's not fizzy, but when you put it on your tongue, it's that zing on your tongue that you get from drinking fizzy drink. It's a similar sensation, like your tongue goes like, wow, because that's oxygen on the tongue.
Nice.
And so bubbling your water with a fish pump, cheap,
I gotta start.
what do they cost? A $10 fish pump that uses like no electricity, right? That will use like $3 electricity in a whole month. Can just keep you drinking highly oxygenated water. So I mean that is the solution. But yeah, I mean, I love where we're going with this conversation. That we're starting to like tap into the other aspects of it as well. So far we've had a lot of focus on memory. But here's an interesting point, right? If we consider it as 3 elements, right? Inspiration, intuition, and memory. And let me bring that back up. If we imagine it as these 3 elements of intuition, and intuition can represent knowledge. This is a very interesting point, right? Because what we call knowledge, I don't call knowledge. I call it belief. From my perspective, the only true knowledge is what we experience through our intuition, which is one of the highest mental functions that we have. But in order to experience this high mental function of intuition, we need to be inspired. And the memory needs to be cleansed and activated so that we can hold on to the information that we get in the intuitive state of consciousness. And then we've got the memory needs to be able to hold on to that which we get from an intuitive state and needs to be focused. The will needs to be able to hold the point of the mind in a steady frame, if I could use that word, in order for the imagination to be able to become active, so that that which is intuitively experienced on the causal field can be imagined, reflected into the astral field. And this astral field, once it's imagined, because the will is connecting the astral body to the etheric body in the same way that the purification of the memory connects the causal body to the astral body, then we find the single unification of the imagination being expressed as pure instinct. And so this is why I think we find these ideas like child. Why is it that children just know things? What do you guys think about this as a notion? Like children can just grasp things that adults can't grasp. Right? Children have this ability to just expand their consciousness and take in information and just be able to understand it without having to consider it and conceptualize it. What do you think about that as a notion?
They don't really have a preconceived model of reality yet. One of the things about, if you think about adult development, is that you take on a worldview. You know, you start to believe, like, especially when you're getting into your late 20s, your 30s, you start to crystallize your worldview. You know, this is what I believe, you know, this religion or this non-religion. But when you're younger, everything is still kind of up for grabs. You're still trying to, like, figure out what's happening. So there's a lot more of an openness because you haven't really made any kind of decision as to what reality actually is yet. It's still kind of up for interpretation. Whereas I think when we're older, we like to think we, you know, have the whole thing figured out, or at least most of it figured out. But I think one of the wisdom of being a kid is kind of like the whole Buddhist concept of beginner mind, where you don't really think you have all the answers yet. You're still open to learning and finding new things. And I think, you know, I think when it becomes younger, there's a certain vulnerability to being young because you're sort of open to stuff. And I think that people who are not like open-minded, people who are not willing to change their perception, there's a kind of lack of intellectual vulnerability in the sense that, you know, when I think one of the reasons that people like, because I was thinking about this week, about why do people hold on to worldviews that kind of like have a sense of certainty, that tell everything like it is, and have all the answers figured out, because it makes them feel powerful. It gives them this sort of false sense of confidence and bravado that, you know, kind of makes them feel invincible and allows them to kind of take on things and accomplish stuff, even if their ideas are irrational or don't make sense. There's a power behind that comes from that kind of blind certainty. Whereas I think, you know, being really open-minded and not being uncertain, you don't necessarily have that same sense of power. Now, I'm not going to say that, you know, you're necessarily powerless in that state, but you don't have that immediate sense of, oh, I'm invincible. Everything I say is right. Nobody can question me because I'm basically God and I have all the answers figured out. But I think you have a more honest perception of the nature of reality and what's going around you, because you realize that, no, we still have a lot more to learn, a lot more to figure out. And that's one of the interesting things about my whole Fae research. It's like, you know, it's answered a lot of questions in regards to, you know, spiritual topics and spiritual nature, and gives me a lot of insight in regards to the, you know, the nature of consciousness and a lot of things that, you know, things in both spirituality and philosophy, you know, people haven't been able to figure it out. But at the same time, it's opened exponentially more questions that weren't there from before. Yeah. So it's almost like by knowing more, you feel like you know less, if that makes any sense, because now you're aware of the larger scale of the unknown. I don't think people have that sense of a large scale of unknown. I think it's like they think that their little bubble is just the entire universe and there's nothing that exists outside of it. And I think that when you're a kid, you know, you still have a certain sense of openness. You still have a certain sense of like reality is a lot more open-ended, and that changes as you get older, I guess.
Yeah. I think that is so on point. You know, I really think that that is a big thing that we underestimate and we don't recognize and we don't realize just exactly how much of an issue everything that we believe is, and how much of reality influenced by our beliefs, and how limiting our beliefs really are, how they leave us sort of trapped or stuck in a paradigm of reality that will reflect those belief systems. And like you say, children are liberated. And I think this is why we hear like Emmanuel, the one they call Jesus, speaking about come as a child. And we see this in many spiritual traditions being symbolically praised, the purity of childhood. And I think that purity of childhood is what you're really talking about here, like on a very fundamental level. And if we take a look at, you know, that purity of childhood, what are we talking about here? We're talking about an unbridled imagination that can allow the intuition to become active and actually overwhelm our instincts. And our instincts will then normally program our sensations, right? Which will program our sense of senses, right? Our actual sensual experiences, which are first sensations, which are then encoded by the senses to become sensual reflections of a sensation in the body. And this is why I think the children have that natural instinct towards imagination, being able to move into the field of intuition, whereby the memory and the will reflect the powers of the imagination, which are essentially the magical powers, right? Those extrasensory abilities, those spiritual potentials, those spiritual experiences of telepathy, of seeing those that have crossed over, of being able to communicate with beings elsewhere, of being able to affect matter with our mind. We see this much more readily active in children than in adults. And I think you've really dropped the hammer on why these spiritual powers and spiritual abilities. And I don't know, I thought like, since we're in the sphere of imagination, the imagination is where reality is really being programmed. What do you think of the spiritual powers and the spiritual abilities, what we call the siddhi in Vedic cosmology, or the spiritual abilities? How do you think that relates? I mean, from your perception.
In regards to what?
In relation to this notion of, as we grow older, our bodies become more calcified and we become more set and structured, and it prevents us from experiencing these spiritual phenomenon.
Well, I guess it depends, but
yeah, carry on.
No, go on.
But this is part of our innate program to experience hyperdimensionality, and we experience it as children, and then we grow up and we get it programmed out of our minds. We're stuck in this little box of the senses, instead of recognizing that the senses are touching sensation on a higher frequency, and that is touching higher frequencies of energy, which is in the sphere of pure imagination, which is touching higher frequencies of intuition and inspiration.
Well, you also have to think about how we're taught to think about the imagination. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Like, I remember, you know, when I was a lot younger, having a much looser sense of reality. It's like you watch a scary movie and you think, you know, a monster's really going to get you. Even though it obviously doesn't really make sense, but you know, your mind is the world's a lot more plastic. The world's a lot more fluid and malleable. And I think as we get older, we kind of teach, you know, kids to think, oh, this is just the imagination. It's not real. You know, it's not, it's just in your head. And I think because of that, it really kind of cheapens the quality of our imaginative experience. Because I remember kind of growing up sort of thinking that way, having a very, you know, rich, surreal imagination. But, you know, sort of being confined by the idea that the imagination only exists in the head. But once you start to realize that, you know, the imagination is more than that, and that what we visualize in our mind's eye has a lot more realness and relevance that we think, you know, once you start to realize that the imagination is not just the imagination, it's a kind of astral vision, that imagination starts to become a lot more alive and a lot more vibrant and a lot more real. And one of the things in Zarfexology that I've been sort of thinking about is the concept of there's the 7 Zerfixes, right? And these are kind of the firewalls that kind of keep us locked in our Zarfex. And one of the main ones is called the O-Zerfix, otherwise known as sort of the void Zerfix. So what this is that we're kind of like, you know, basically taught there is no astral plane. Like, because you think of your mind, and what happens is like the way in Zarfexology works is like there's half of the world that's the physical reality, and then there's sort of the other half that represents the astral part of reality. And what the O-Zerfix does is it takes the astral part of the reality and it compresses all of that into our heads. And then what it leaves behind is this total void, this sort of just this empty space that says it really is nothing in it, that sort of gets infected with this the chaos metazerf, known as that Vlid Zerfix, which is the chaos Zerfix. And so that's why you get a lot of like weird, dark kind of art from these kinds of people, is there's the influence of that. And so I think that that's kind of where we're kind of going with Western society. And it's sort of this measure to keep us sort of away from the imagination. But instead of denying the imagination's existence, you recontextualize it as being this kind of like it's like a puppet show with like no puppeteers. It's just sort of like this empty movie that's just playing inside of our head. But you know, one of the things you learn about channeling, and this is kind of it, when you really sort of interact with beings on a regular basis, you really start to see there's a lot more life force in this imaginary world. We kind of make it into this dead sort of mechanical simulation, if you will. And but I think by really recognizing, and this is something that what ancient people, they looked at the imagination, they saw these were spirits, these were beings, this was its own world in the sort of the dreamlands, if you will. And we kind of put all of that as existing inside of our head. And then Zarfexology is about, no, it's not inside of our head. It exists out there. That's why, like, when it comes to like the whole spiritual community thing, they're always talking about like, looking inward. But it's like, if you realize that the spiritual world is kind of out there, you get a more accurate picture. I don't know. I think the whole, maybe the whole inward thing is kind of like a psyop to sort of reinforce materialism.
Yeah, that's interesting perspective. I feel like when I get a vision, I feel like I'm seeing it outside of myself, but it's almost as if I'm seeing like through my eyelids. But I don't really get the impression that I'm seeing like inside of myself. I really feel like I'm seeing things beyond me, like kind of like right here. And I've taken DMT. It's been like right here. It's like you can see up until there. If something comes in front of that, you might be able to see it, but everything behind that is blocked out. So for some reason, I feel like it's definitely an external thing, but it's in an ethereal place where when your eyes are open, you can't see it, but your inner eye can sense it out there. What do you think about that, Franklin?
Yeah, man. I agree completely with what you guys are saying. It fits my experience, and like a lot of my worldview is based upon experience. Because like I'm I'm really out there, but in some ways I'm a realist. I'm really out there. Where this guy's like out there, like bring me home to your parents and then we have a conversation. I'll be, oh, this guy's out there. But like, no, I'm not. I'm not out there. I'm a realist. But so yeah, Mike, it's interesting. When I was a child, like I used to laugh. I had an ex-girlfriend that tried to take me on journeys with her. And I would turn the astral and etheric space into a circus and freak them out. Because she had a friend and they used to go together to meet this lady at the water, right? And my notion as a like 18-year-old was like, okay, let's merge. Like we would merge our consciousness, right? We would hold hands and we would slip out of our bodies, and we'd be in this space, and I would turn the space into a circus show, and I would like turn the space inside out and outside in and upside, left side, right side, back to front, and twist it around, and it'd be like a clown face that's convoluting itself. And they'd freak out. They'd get annoyed with me and say, no, stop doing that. And I'd be like, stop doing what? The substance of reality that you're in is just your imagination. And so I agree. It's like we're out there in a space, but that space is a reflection of who we are. It's almost like the hyperdimensionality of our consciousness is outside there, pushing in towards this little flesh puppet. And it squeezes all the information in from spirit into this flesh puppet. And this flesh puppet is the internal point of all of this pressure from the hyperdimensional zones, pushing different aspects of consciousness in from those three circles that I was proposing. Another thing to consider when I speak about those three circles is there's an element of hyperdimensionality that I also haven't really explained here. So this is a hyperdimensional zone, and within the zone is the body, which is the fourth circle. It's a small circle. But then this circle is within this circle, which is a way larger circle containing this circle. And this circle is within that circle, which is a way larger circle containing this circle. So the exponential difference in scale between this circle and this circle is ridiculous. And that's why I don't even mention the physical body, because the physical body is like a tiny little circle within this circle. And this circle is like a tiny little circle within that circle. And then this circle is a tiny little circle within this circle, where this circle is then a tiny dot within this circle. And the body is such a microcosmic micro dot that you can't even imagine it. So in that sense, I completely relate. And another thing that I always realized was when traveling, everybody else they used to go out of their body and they went somewhere. And I was like, I don't get this going somewhere. Like the universe comes to me. Like I feel like I'm the one thing that doesn't move, and the universe comes to me. So when I'm going somewhere in the vision or traveling somewhere else, it's almost like the universe moves towards me and I'm the one fixed point. And I think that's an interesting perspective, to recognize and realize that on one level we're traveling, but we're never really moving. We're always that fixed point, and that the universe is sort of coming towards us. In other words, we are expanding through our consciousness field, and as we expand further outwards, we experience more of the outer field of our consciousness, but we're not actually moving. Our just scale is changing perception. And so I think like when we speak about the mind and we talk about it being inside our heads, I think that that's an inversion principle. And this inversion principle is like really, that's why I drew this diagram. And please excuse the kiddies' color pencils, and I just wrote the words in there. And I colored it for a reason, the way I colored it: blue, orange, indigo, yellow, green, red, and violet. And I mean, we can get into that at a later stage because of what they represent. But the fundamental principles is memory, which is the structuring, but the inspiration is the from whence it all comes, this entire sphere. And then the imagination is the substratum of it all that becomes the sort of structure that we're experiencing. And then the instinct becomes the way in which this imagination is able to activate within our consciousness field. So that's like a point of notion. That's those three primary colors reflecting those three fundamental cosmic principles that are repeating themselves in groups of three within each of those fields. And you might notice there's an ennead there with the memory and the will repeating its role in order to create that substack of the dimensionality. But yeah, I totally agree with you guys. You know, the spiritual plane is definitely outside of us. The mind is definitely not in our bodies. But we know this, don't we know this? Because when we speak about algorithms of the brain, right? These are changes in the electromagnetic field around the brain, are they not? Not in the brain. I mean, sure, the electromagnetic field around the brain is conducting electricity through the meridians in the brain, but the field is around the brain. And so when we talk about seeing auras, what are we seeing? We're seeing that field of consciousness which is around the body, not in the body. So I think our actual experience can confirm that. What do you guys think about experience versus idea?
Yeah, I agree with what you just said. It's kind of hard to imagine seeing something within yourself, even though the inner eye isn't there.
I was
Okay.
having this. Yeah, continue.
I've had one experience where my inner eye was open while my other two eyes were open, and I was able to see inside my body. When I looked at my body, I could see inside. That was an amazing experience, but it wasn't as if I was seeing from inside. I was seeing from my eyes into the body.
And you were seeing like that your body was like hollow pieces?
I could see
Inside?
muscle, blood, tendons, bone. It was all
Okay.
pulsing. It was beautiful. It was amazing.
I'm going to kind
Yes,
of lay out a sort of like a metaphor that I think actually kind of perfectly describes the way I describe the astral. You ever like watch like a sitcom, for example, and there's usually in the sitcom they usually live in like a living room and a like a house of some kind. Like I'm thinking of like Seinfeld, like that classic apartment where they live, and then they do like a behind the scene thing, and you realize that that apartment doesn't exist in an apartment building at all. There's a studio around it with like an audience, and there's like a big black room in which the thing exists, and then that sort of like reality. But interesting. See, that's kind of how I experience when I have astral visions. It's like that. It's almost like my reality is like the television show. And then when I get into that sort of mystical state, or I have visions of the Fae, it's like there's this reality that exists outside of that in the same way. Like if you think about, if you're watching something like Seinfeld and there, you know, Jerry's talking to George Costanza in the apartment, when you're watching that show, you think, oh, I'm in this apartment building in New York. I'm not really like in this studio. And in the same way, we go through physical reality thinking like, oh, you know, we're just in this this physical reality. This is not a set in a studio, in a Hollywood studio, which I would think of as more like the larger universe, you know, that exists outside of it. So when it comes to vision, like I guess I don't experience it in the same way that other people do, where it's like it's where it's, you know, right out in front of them. For me, it's like there's the mundane. I guess what I'm trying to say is when I have these visions, nothing about my mundane vision is changed or altered in any way. It's like more that I'm seeing this additional layer of reality on top of it, like this new sensory organ that's seeing kind of this realm that exists outside of the edges of my perception. And it's almost like I can see outside of my own peripheral vision, and like outside of your peripheral vision is the extra dimensional plane. That's why I think that when you think about your peripheral vision and you see, you know, things out of the corner of your eye, those are, I think when you see something out of the corner of your eye, that's a subtle reflection of the fourth dimensional plane hitting your eyelids. What do you think of that as a concept?
Yeah, I like that. The peripheral vision is sometimes when you see peripheral vision, it's almost like you can't even see what you're seeing, but you just know it's there because you're clarity in peripherals is very blurry. And so you kind of like, it's amazing that you could even realize what you're seeing. But I feel like when I see my peripherals something, especially if it's moving, I know to give a glance to it if it's something to be alerted to, or if it's just something that's going to be benign and just kind of like laying there. I kind of like have a sense of like what's important in my peripherals, some kind of intuitive understanding of what it is, even though I don't really see it.
Yeah, man, that body of instinct carries that high intuition vibration in it into the body, and
Yeah.
that like becomes our survival mechanisms, you know. But like totally, the peripheral thing is one of those things that I've always sort of wrestled with, you know. Like you'll see you're in a room and you're not alone,
Right.
but when you look at them, they disappear. You're like, what the hell? And then they're there with you again, like hovering on the side. And you look at them and they disappear. And every time you try and look at them, they disappear. You got to learn to see them in the peripheral vision, in a sense.
You
like
guys feel
beams.
like being watched sometimes? You feel like you're being watched? Does it make you nervous? I don't get that. I like to be watched. I'll stare at people. I don't feel like it's burdensome or nothing.
I'll feel the Fae stare at me, and it's like I'll be staring into their. It's not only do it I feel them stare at me, but it's like I feel them recognizing that I'm seeing them. It's like that's kind of like another level of awareness, and it's a really spooky thing because it's like they can appear like uncomfortably real at times, and you're just sort of like, can you scale it back a little bit? Because that's one of the things that they kind of tell me. Like one of the reasons that they don't like, literally physically appear in front of me is because they don't want you, because they're telling me it's like, well, Rich, we know you're skeptical of us to a certain extent, but if we just show yourself, totally that, you're just going to assume you're schizophrenia and deny us anyway. So it's better that we slowly reveal what we're about and, who we are. Because that is kind of the thing. It's like, there is a part of me that is skeptical of this very stuff I'm doing. Like I have that skepticism within me, but one of the things I've been really grateful about these spirits is they've been patient with me to sort of slowly reveal it into a way that makes sense, because Sliz was kind of like basically telling me like, we don't want you to accept this, on a basis of like fate or just blind acceptance. We want you to actually understand what we're talking about. And I really kind of respect that in a way.
Yeah, it's always perplexed me, but the way I've made sense out of understanding my peripherals is that I feel like it's known that the mitochondria are proliferate in the neurons. There's like 10 to 100 times more mitochondria in a neuron than there are in the other cells. So to me, that's suggestive that the mitochondria are facilitating the mind. And I feel like their reality goes so fast, like an instant of our life is like their whole lifetime. And so like when we glance over somewhere, we don't really notice what we looked at, but our cells in our mind have a very clear picture of all the different small aspects of everything we saw, and they can recall that and look back on it anytime. And so we have the capacity to that intuition to be able to see what they've seen. And it doesn't always come into our conscious awareness, but it's in our subconscious awareness and we can access it. And I feel like it's there. And if you believe in it, you can seek it out, then they can give you that information. Because I do this a lot when I'm finding 4-leaf clovers. I'll look over a place and I'll not see anything. And I'll be like, I know there's something there. It was like right over here. And then it was there. It's like they're guiding me to the places where I can see.
Yeah, I completely get that. The guides work like that. It's one of the main things in shamanism, right? Shamanism tethers itself within this fundamental principle of rhythm, which is expressed as the will in the body. Right? That's the practice of shamanism, tethering the self in the will, and moving towards activating the memory through the use of the imagination. You could say that is the whole story of shamanism. You use the drum to temper your will, right, through rhythm, so that you're able to leave the physical body, travel through the astral and etheric fields in the pure state of imagination, and reactivate deep memories of other states of being that we've forgotten that we're experiencing currently. And that's, I would say, is a expression of shamanism, which basically means that we're talking about, fundamentally, when we talk about this imagination, we're talking about as above, so below, the fourth hermetic principle. We're talking about the will, the shamanic path of rhythm, the drum. And we're talking about memory, that principle of vibration. And so being able to transcend into the pure world of vibration, the vibrational body, by using the imagination and moving through the will, sort of represents these three principles of Hermes. And then it's really interesting, because then you see that those three principles are a reflection of the other three principles. So you've got the principle of pure mentalism, you got the principle of all things are in a state of entanglement, all things are in a state of correspondence, and then you got the fact that all things are vibrating. And we remember vibes. These emotions are what actually drive their memory. So the memory is connected to the emotional state. So it's very much related to your hormonal state, memories, interestingly enough. And the inspiration is also a highest reflection of that hormonal state. Serotonin basically is what we're talking about. And the intuition then becomes an expression of the melatonin operating, how awake you are to your serotonin, and how this then becomes rooted within the consciousness, these two principles working. And this obviously moves the dopamine, which is the will, right? And so the dopamine is the will activating through the hormonal system, which then activates our instincts. It's how we move our hands and our legs and our feet is through dopamine. It's very interesting. Yeah. So dopamine is like the reason we're able to move around. It's the reason we're able to make choices. It's when you become dopamine depleted, you feel like you're just receiving, and you're not able to do anything. Like when people can't walk, or when people can't do things, dopamine is necessary for muscular contraction. Without dopamine, there can be no muscular contraction, there can be no movement, there can be no activity. It's also necessary for the thinking of the etheric wheel to turn, dopamine. And so it's like really interesting when we look at these principles, how they seem to work around us. And I'm trying not to lose my thread. Because I can go too far, and it might not be particularly productive. But yeah, to ground that conversation and bring it back, I find it very interesting that music, and just to look at this principle of rhythm as it's reflected in our will. What about the music that we're experiencing on modern times, and the way that that affects the will of the younger generation because of the sub-rhythm effects in the heart? What do you think of that? The connection between the rhythm of the heart, the rhythm, and the ability for the will to be expressed, and how music can tune this.
I think there's definitely something going on there. And I know that with some people, I play kind of fast music, kind of hardcore electronica sometimes. And some people just really can't handle it in their heart space. They say that it makes my heart beat too fast. It makes me really anxious. Can you turn that down? Can you turn that off? I'm kind of an adrenaline junkie and a thrill seeker. So maybe to me, I'm kind of looking for like an excited state of being where I can like get into an adrenaline rush from where they're like, oh, I can't go there. That's going to make my nerves all raw. And so I think maybe there's an aspect of that to it. And I feel like music's kind of become more softer lately. In the 90s, it was hard and intense. And that was on the radio even.
Yeah, I feel that it was a lot more exciting You know, it felt like it felt dangerous in a way. There's something really cool about that.
I think there's less resilience now
I
because
agree.
dopamine fix.
Please
Good
do
device.
continue, brother.
With all these devices, we have this instant dopamine fix. It's harder for people to build resilience to not having that high all the time. And so it's going to be hard for them to go into like a place where they're listening to like a really intense, angry music, I think, because they haven't really come into that place where they're able to cope with stress, enjoy it, maybe.
I think the reason like music has lost its hard edge, and I completely agree with you. Like I can really get down to a good bit of System of a Down once in a while. Like I can really get into it. And my son's mother's like, Satan, evil, and she's freaking out. And Joshua's moshing. Joshua's little mosh. He goes crazy. He loves a bit of the old Metallica, you know, not the later stuff, the original, the first Metallica before they were like wearing tights. No, sorry, they weren't wearing tights, but they seemed like they were wearing tights towards the end.
They shaved, they cut their hair.
Crew.
Yeah. That's, I think what you're referring is there's a point where they cut their long heavy metal hair.
Yeah, man, they changed. They weren't wearing tights, but metaphorically they were wearing tights. They never went the full road of Axl Rose, but they almost did. Let's face it. Like Axl Rose went full tilt, like I'm wearing tights and my bandana. You know, in the first days he was wearing like old jeans, and you know, he was a bit drunk. He always had a bottle of scotch on the stage, didn't he? And you would watch that bottle of scotch go down. You know, he'd basically clean out that whole bottle of scotch himself first half of the and by the time he got on he'd already have had half of that bottle of scotch. So you know, he was quite a drinker. But I do think that might be something to do with lower levels of dopamine. What do you think? Did we exercise more when we were younger?
I think
and because we exercised more, we exercised our dopamine levels. And the youth of today, they don't exercise much. And when I mean the music, I don't mean that heavy music. To me, heavy music can be good. I'm talking about the inconsistencies of the rhythm. Does that make sense? And I'm not meaning that the rhythm's chaotic. I'm meaning that there's particular inconsistencies built into the rhythm, like certain double beats on the heart. A slow beat, the heart beats slowly with a quick sudden. Let's do a quick extra beat there. Slow beat.
Is it more like is that the kind of beat you're talking about? Like where it's like it's kind of like you know.
Yeah, I'm talking about when they go like don't don't. Like the heartbeat is like, think of the rack music, think of the stuff that you hear on the radio. Like I don't really listen to this crap, but I get bombarded by it when I go into my local shop sometimes. I'm like, oh, my heart. Like you could throw System of a Down at me, you could throw psytrance at me, you could throw some like hard house at me, deep house at me, you could even throw like garage at me. I find garage a bit commercial, but I could get that, right? You could throw Gabba. I would even get Gabba in my local shop better than what I get some of the crap that they're selling. And I don't mean the stuff, I mean the music on the radio. Just it seems like it's slow music with sudden, quick heart palpitation moments. And it's designed to disturb the natural rhythm of the heart. Where if you've got like hard music, it's got a like hard rhythm. If it's got soft music, it's got a soft rhythm. Even if the rhythm's changing, some music, the rhythm will be transforming and moving and changing, but there will be a sort of, even within the change, there is something which is, it's not antithetical to the beating of the heart. Does that make sense?
I think what you're trying to talk about is I think that the rhythms that you're talking about that are more straightforward, even if they're faster, there's a sense of catharsis in the music. You feel like you're purging something out. You're sort of pushing something out of your system, like it's like a torrential like stream, kind of like pushing things away. Whereas I think when I think about the beats nowadays, like how it kind of like sort of loops in place, there isn't that sort of that satisfying push. There isn't that satisfying, you know, forward momentum that really makes you feel good when you listen to music. It kind of like seizures and twitches in place, almost like, you know, if you get run over by a car and you're like your legs are all broken and your arms and legs are kind of like bent out of their stock and you're just kind of like twitching around in place and you can't really move. And you know, you got to think about when it comes to music, what I was thinking about with Zarfexology, one of the things I kind of realized is that pretty much of all the 23 Zerfaxes, which basically represent different states of consciousness, there's a type of music for every single one. So that every type of states of consciousness that human beings can experience, there's a musical equivalent that will induce that particular type of state of consciousness. So then you have to think to yourself, you know, what is this music trying to communicate? What is it representing with the way the beat is structured? What kind of melody is in place? You know, harmony. All of these things, they convey something different, and they put you in a different state of consciousness. And, you know, because not all music, you know, can sometimes music can just kind of make you feel like bad. Sometimes it's just like, you know, totally just like awful and discordant and unpleasant sounding. But so yeah, like nothing when it comes to music is arbitrary. You have to kind of like figure out what narrative, what sort of unspoken intuitive narrative is the music trying to say with how the beats are structured, what type of melody is being used, whether it's light or dark. I mean, it's none of it's really arbitrary. I think one of the things that I think is been kind of a real disservice when it comes to understanding music and the psychology of music is this kind of like, you know, mother bird kind of theory of music appreciation, wherein it's like, oh, whatever you're first exposed to is what, you know, you like, and then you shape all of your musical tastes around that. But I remember as a kid, being a young kid, disliking lots of forms of music, thinking they're either boring or annoying. And I think music more is about temperament. It's like we like music that is complementary to the type of consciousness that we exhibit. So if there's a certain, like a conscious temperament that we have, it's like everybody experiences consciousness differently. And the music that is in accordance with the type of conscious frequency that we have based on our personality, temperament, and outlook is what's going to sound good to us. And anything that is out of step with that energetic thing is going to seem unpleasant.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like my brother was into softer music and I was always into harder music. And so we grew up around the same time and we just chose different styles of the music. It had more to do with our temperament resonance.
Yeah, that's so true. I remember thinking to myself, what is this nonsense my dad keeps singing? What is this crap? Who's this Elvis? What a twat. I remember thinking to myself, like, what is this nonsense? What's this country music? Come on, man. And that was when I was a little boy. And then I got older and I was like, oh God, I can't say that to my dad. He loves that music. Shame. I don't want to hurt his feelings. So I won't tell him what I really think of that music. So I'll just play it cool, you know, because like he really loved all that country music and Kenny Rogers. I was like, Kenny Rogers, dude, like that dude belongs in the bottom of a dustbin, you know? Like I couldn't stand it. The irony of it is, most of my life I really didn't like it. It was only when I got older I heard Elvis. I thought, actually, that guy's got his. There's some of that music I can actually appreciate now. There's a lot more. Frank Sinatra, I didn't really appreciate when I was young. Now I can appreciate Frank Sinatra a lot more. That was some of the music my dad also did. I was like, you know, I thought it was boring and slow. Now I'm like, yeah.
I don't ever know what to think about that song. Kick It in the Head or something. That song is, the lyrics are crazy. That song's nuts. I love Frankie Blass though.
But the interesting thing was my mom used to listen to the Beatles. And I thought, until I discovered THC.
Yeah.
Music, I was indifferent to music. I thought Wham was okay when I was a kid because it was like what everybody was hearing. And like I was never that into it. I discovered THC at age 12. It changed my world. I was like, wow, listen to what they're saying. They're actually
Yeah.
saying something.
You really hear it.
I was like, oh my gosh, there's a message in this. Oh my gosh, there's a message. Oh wow. Suddenly, like, I became like a Beatles fan. I was like, listen to what they're telling us. They're telling us cool stuff about life.
What are they
The
saying?
message behind this voice in the background.
I feel like they have all the secrets, but they're very like enshrouded. But I feel like when they say I am the walrus, to me, I mean, as an aquatic ape theory proponent, I'm like, oh, they had the answers all the way back then, you know? But like that kind of shows how the way we see things has a lot to do with our own perspective. And if you consider like multiple other people's perspective of the same situation and try to feel it out, you can probably gain more perspective from seeing other people's ways that they interpreted things differently. And Friedrich Nietzsche came up with a type of perspective called perspectivism, where you can gain more understanding from more perspectives. But yeah, it is said that we see more of a reflection of ourselves when we look outside at others and at the world around us than we do of actually seeing what the things are for what they are. And in Taoism, they say when we recognize things, we're not seeing it for what it is, because things are always becoming anew. And they say a river is never the same river. It's always changing its course. And so with that wisdom, we can understand that we can see past our recognizing of something that we thought we knew and see more and deeper aspects of it always. You can always learn more. And an artist and a musician has more of an inkling to understand this way of seeing with new eyes, usually. It can be harder for other people to start to see things differently from other perspectives.
You know, I like that. Recognizing. So to once again get the cogs in the mind, the brain, turning in order to restructure perception. And we don't see that, do we, in the word? But it's right there. Namaste, Big Gaz. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Hope you're well. Yeah, it's interesting. They're talking about words and music. I only really started to appreciate music after the THC injection when I was a kid. That sort of opened my eyes. And then I didn't even need the THC. Then I was just open to all music. And suddenly I was like, this classical music's interesting. Ooh, this rock is interesting. Ooh, this metal is interesting. Ooh, this is interesting. Jazz, blues. I just expanded into all music fields. And then I discovered like Goa trance. I was like, okay, house music. Okay, drum and bass, jungle. Ooh la la. And it was just a musical explosion. But what's happening to the youth? What is happening to the youth? The music seems to be disguised. Like, and I get where you're coming from, Cosmic. I completely appreciate that music seems to be a what word did you use? When you're having a cathartic reaction, music seems to be highly cathartic.
Mm-hmm.
But this new music isn't cathartic. This new music puts you into like a kind of a dizzy trance where there's no cathartic action. No, is it just me?
Yeah. I think you're onto something. I think also kind
like
of
music used to be cathartic.
Right now,
also adventurous.
Nation.
I think one of the things I love about I think when it comes to electronic music, what I like very early electronic music, like from like the early late 60s, early 70s, when they're just figuring out the Moog synthesizers and Bruce Hawk doing like the kind of the vocoder kind of like robot voice kind of stuff. And back then it was really kind of this exploration into the unknown. They got these, it was like, what I love about those old synthesizers were like, it looked like a spaceship, control panel. There's all these like little knobs and switches and stuff. And it would come up with all these different kinds of sound effects and different, like textures. And they were really just like exploring the unknowns of sound. Whereas I feel like electronic sound now, it's sort of like they're just using kind of like the same like synth samples. They're not really trying to come up with like new sounds per se, or new types of melodies, or new types of genres. That's one of the things that's like, I'm thinking too. Like you think about the 90s and like the 2000s, there's all these like new genres and they're like experimenting with all this new stuff. And nowadays it's become so much more homogenized. You know, it's all, they're trying to like make everything into one musical genre. That's why I hate this. Like, you know, I don't know if you ever heard of this band called Imagine Dragons, but their sound is just like, there's nothing distinctive about it. It's not really rock. It's not really electronica, but by trying to be everything, they're kind of nothing. Like there's nothing distinctive. It's just kind of like background sort of filler music that has no real, and that's the thing with memory too, is that when you, it's like if you think of every day as like sort of like a pearl, you know, you got a bunch of like brown pearls going down a stream, like a I don't know, like a Rube Goldberg machine. They're all kind of like going down a little conveyor belt. The memories are those little, you know, marbles that have a distinctive color. Maybe there's a red marble every now and then, or maybe there's a blue marble. And those are the memories that stick out with us. And we think about when you're a kid, you have a lot of distinctive memories because you're going through a lot of novel and distinctive experiences. And I was thinking maybe one of the reasons our memory gets so bad when we're an adult is because we live in this more, you know, 9-to-5 kind of, you know, mundane lifestyle where things get very, you know, repetitive. We're actually not really gaining a lot of memories that are distinctive from other days. All the days just kind of bleed into each other. So in a way, we're not really forming new novel memories. I think that's why it's like we have so many memories when we're a kid, because there's so many novel and distinctive experiences. Whereas I think when you get older, you know, at least with the, you know, the way our, you know, society functions, that there's no more distinctive memories to really hold on to or latch onto.
You know what? I want to put on a little bit of this track, just the beginning of it, because you mentioned this band.
Music analysis,
but they epitomize what I'm talking about, the heart. And I think it's like a really great way to really to really get it out there, man. Like I just listened to the first few seconds while you were talking so that I know who you're talking about, because I'm like, who are they? You know? And
what's the name of them?
It's called Imagine Dragons.
Oh right, yeah.
It's that music fluff that Cosmic was just referring to. And I'm gonna put it on just for a few seconds. It won't be long. People, you don't have to leave. It's not gonna be long. I'll repeat, it's not gonna be on for long.
Funny.
Is this a good book? Give me some time to think. I'm in the bathroom looking at me. Facing the mirror is all I need.
God, what an obnoxious vocal
When the
rhythm.
Reaper takes my life.
Exactly. That was really I'm glad it didn't play properly, but there's this it's like you've got a fast track playing in the background of a slow track, and they're switching between them, so your heart's going like they're confusing your heart. In the old days, it was like if you were listening to a heavy track, it was like heavy, it was fast, and it progressively became slower. And it progressively would move from fast to slow, but it wouldn't be like jittering between fast and slow. Like you don't know whether you're in fast and you're slow. And that's sort of the way he's using his voice epitomizes what you'll find in the beats. And being a percussionist, like I'm so in tune with rhythm. Like if I hear rhythm, it affects my heart. Like every sounds I hear, like if I'm listening to a motor of a car, my heart gets affected. The sounds of like nature, the sound of like the wind affects my heart. My heart's very like sound, you know, rhythm and sound. And I think we all are. We just maybe.
Me too. I'm a percussionist as well.
Like now I can feel my heart. I don't know if you can do that. Can you go inside and feel your heart beating and feel the rhythm of it? And so like the more you practice this, the more you'll get able to do this. And you'll feel like every little thing will affect the beating of the heart. And this modern music, I think it's popularizing a certain context that is actually supposed to create discordance in the heart. And I bet you that the younger people get frights easily. Because the ability to get a fright is dependent upon how steady your heartbeat is, right? Some people don't get frights easily.
You know, it's interesting. You point something out because I'm thinking about how this also kind of plays out on the political world, right? Because you talk about a discordance in the heart, and I can't help but think about how in politics there's a lot of emotional manipulation, making you sort of angry at something that doesn't really need to be angry at, some kind of false sort of thing. And I think one of the things about this music, it's like it's just obnoxious. It's just like it's terribly obnoxious, and it's like it like latches yourself into your head like some kind of parasitic virus. That's why I never understood why some people would think that the goodness of a song is based on how catchy it is. For me, it's like, no, that just makes the song is annoying. You know, catchy doesn't always mean good. I think that's another thing that's kind of what when it comes to art and music, people think that just because something is stuck in your head, that's what makes a song good, that it won't leave you. But I think to me, it's like a virus. It's like get this song out of my head. Get out of me, I think a lot of people, they just kind of like, they just suck it in. Like, yeah, give me more of that,
Okay, you speak about this. I will never forget in 1998, I was struggling to get that. Do you remember that track that Cher did in 1998 where they sang through a flanger? And it was like the worst track ever. Yeah. Oh my gosh. And their voice sounded all electronic. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
It was like the biggest track that Cher ever had. I remember being stuck with this track in my head in Israel and thinking, you bloody Israeli people playing this crap everywhere I go. I can't get the song out of my head. It was like a virus.
It's sweet something. I can't think of the second word. I think sweet.
Sweet dreams.
But it was a virus. The track was a virus.
They did so many remixes of it, and like electronic remixes of it.
Is that song like Sweet Dreams of a Rhythm Dancing?
I will never forget how frustrated that track made me. And I would be on my beach in Chofak Ziv when I landed in Chofak Ziv, thinking, oh, what a pleasure to be here. And then, do you believe in life after love?
That's Cher.
Do you remember that track?
I remember that track.
Oh my gosh, I will never forget how annoyed I got. I was like, can't we ban that song? Can't we just ban that track? Like have it removed from the world? Because everywhere you went, you would hear that track. And it was like going into your unconscious. And then you'd be like in the shower, do you believe in life? I'd be like, stop that nonsense, buddy. Like this is not on. Like, do not want that track. I'm like that. I know
exactly what you're talking about, man, with that track.
What you're talking about, yeah.
Oh my gosh. But you're right. Just because the track sticks in your head, it's like crud sticks to your shoe, right? It doesn't make it valuable.
That's true.
Some crud is valuable, but the kind of crud that's valuable doesn't get stuck in your shoe. Right? Cow dung doesn't stick in your shoe the way dog poo does, right? It's a big difference. You could step in cow dung and for some reason you can get it off your shoe easily, but try getting dog poo off your shoe. Or we've got these big birds here. They're a kind of ibis bird. And they've got this black, filthy, stinky poo. And if you step in it, it's like a smear. Because they eat all sorts of rubbish, right? So they don't have like a clean. It's not like some birds. Like if a cockatiel poos on your hand, I'll blow it off. It's basically it's salt and water mostly, isn't it? It comes from seeds. Yeah. But I do think that there's definitely a lot to be said about rhythm and the way in which rhythm is being used as a tool of psyops. And it's probably one of the most influential factors on our will, rhythm. So, for example, if you can get into a good rhythm, you can do more. Let's say you're doing exercise and you're trying to do more press ups, right? If you can get into a good rhythm of doing press ups, you'll be able to do more press ups because your will become more powerful. Yeah. And if you're in a good rhythm when you're running, you don't get tired so quickly. Have you guys noticed that? Or walking or cycling? What about you, Cosmic? You cycle a lot, don't you?
Yeah. It's kind of like
How does rhythm affect your ability to ride for longer and not be tired?
it's like once you get into a specific rhythm, you don't really even think about it anymore. It's kind of like it's a difference between when you're accelerating versus when you stay at a constant speed. That's why I can usually listen to psytrance for like long periods of time, because it's almost like when you're in a car and you get used to the momentum. And even if it's like when it gets fast, you still feel like you're kind of in a state of stasis.
Yeah, exactly. I think that sort of epitomizes it, is that you feel like there's a sense of stability. And rhythm does this. And it empowers the will towards transcending limitations, because your will to do things is continually being inhibited by instincts and other forces. But like you say, you become liberated in rhythm. And this is like why the shamanic path and rhythm are so fundamentally connected, in my opinion. And I get this strong sense that like they've hijacked our rhythm for a good reason. And I do think that it's really important. Namaste, welcome, Wildhammer. We're saying nothing, are we? Well, I think when it comes to these matters, it's like hearing and listening are two different things. One might think they're listening but not hearing, or one might be hearing but not listening. But words could be said that have no meaning to one person, but to another person have meaning. And I think the understanding of the difference between hearing and listening is getting those feelers operating and in play. But I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good day. And I do think that this principle of rhythm, which is Hermes' fifth principle, being hijacked, is what limits the imagination. Because that's, as we see in this image, right? In my little children's picture, my children's picture that I drew, we see there that imagination, will, and memory are the construct of the astral field, and that they are the integral structure that maintains the balance between above and below, as above, so below, so that these seven principles can reflect the three fundamental principles in all three domains, as the ennead, as 9 principles, though, be reflected as seven nodes, if we will. And so that fundamental sort of structure of imagination is funneling into the will, and it is really being bound by memory. So the will can release or program or be held in stasis. And so if someone can hijack your imagination using the principle of rhythm, they will sap your will from you. And by sapping your will from you, they will be able to transform your memories. And so I think that gives us a pretty good idea of how the PsyOps campaigns are working in order to control what we think, experience, see, and how we change and grow and transform ourselves is relation to these experiences of what we're thinking, seeing, and what's basically the structure of our reality. And I think that the music is the key. This fast and slow patterns on the heart don't work. My drums are heartbeat drum. I'd love to play it for you guys, but the tones don't come through the mic very well. I've got different tones, heartbeat drums, and you know, the one seems to often tone in on F sharp, and the other one seems to tone in more on C. So those are like two tones that have come to me. But they got a lot of the low tones which don't really get picked up by these microphones. Otherwise, I'd actually probably introduce this show with a heartbeat drum. The reason it's called the shaman drum, the reason it's called a heartbeat drum is because it's about the heartbeat. The rhythms are supposed to be to drive your heartbeat, and to change your heartbeat using the drum is to change your consciousness. To change your consciousness is to get you into a trance. To get you into a trance is so that you can transcend the physical form into the etheric and skip through the etheric into the astral and build a relationship with being able to transcend through the sphere of memory, the akasha, into the causal field itself and gain the, you know, the infinite experience of infinite knowledge and information that's available as a subroutine behind the structure of reality. But I do think that this continual restructuring is really intense. Now, Pope on Dope mentioned something here that I thought I'm going to share for a moment. One question to the readers: do you have to be circumcised to be accepted by the fisher of men? A friend of his asked him this. I thought to myself, like, there's something quite fully daft. Now, how do people, I'd love to get your opinions and people in the chat, how do we become so extremely programmed and dizzy and mentally confused that we believe that we need to massacre our bodies in order to be accepted spiritually? Well, what do you think about this?
There's something there. The Essenes supposedly would be involved in like an arranged marriage in their young adulthood, and then would be initiated and then like castrated or something, and like never have sex again. And they would become mystics. And then it was said that Yeshua was a mystic, Essene, and that when he came back and when he turned 30, that he was then became a eunuch or what have you. And then his disciples, when they were initiated, they had already launched their families. They were also became eunuchs as well. And that's what the Essenes would do.
You know, I guess I think about like when you have like a cattle, there's that hot iron you put on to kind of like press on like the label, like this is like the, you know, the Johnson's family, you know, cow meat. I feel like with circumcision, we're kind of doing the same things to ourselves spiritually, where we're sort of like, we're no longer seeing our physical body as being a product of nature, but we're seeing it as a product of this religion by kind of putting that sort of spiritual branding, because in a way, by having that sort of that physical bodily modification, we're basically kind of saying that we, instead of working with nature, there's this more of this idea that we're mastering ourselves over nature. Nature is this kind of this obstacle, this inferior thing that we, the enlightened Gnostic souls, will gain mastery over by snipping off a piece of our dick. But, and I think that when it comes to I'm trying to think about like, but you know, it's I think with other cultures and even non-spiritual one, there is always this sense of like the body needs to be altered in some kind of unnatural way. And I'm not talking like, you know, exercising to alter your body so that it's like, you know, it's healthier. I'm talking about like weird stuff like piercings or, you know, changing one's hair, or like looking at a certain way. I think that sometimes what happens is that we don't really we have a difficult time discerning what's natural and what's societal. I think having that distinction is a good thing, like what comes from nature and what comes from the sort of the human, societal imagination or whatever. But yeah, I think there is a weird thing. And I think also when it comes to this idea of like, needing to be accepted by the sort of the fisher of men, that's kind of a weird concept too. Think about that. The fisher of men, like we're all in this, this pond, and you're grabbing you with a hook and pulling you out into the surface where you can't even breathe. I don't know if I necessarily want to be fished in that manner. But yeah, I think it's a lot of it's just like people feeling they need, in order to fit into a sort of a religious paradigm, it's like you have to kind of like be part of that story, and to be part of that story you have to go through certain rituals and certain rites and sacrifice certain things. But I think that's why I like nature so much. It doesn't really have a set story that defines the whole thing. It's more like it's a template in which to gain inspiration for stories, as opposed to a kind of rigid story yourself. I mean, that's the kind of the thing about like narratives and stories, is like once you start to believe in it, that becomes your universe. And once you sort of believe that universe is real, this sense of, oh my God, I need to be circumcised if I want to really, reach the kingdom of heaven, which is, I don't know, it's just a nonsense concept.
I think so too. Yeah. The circumcision itself, I don't think was a thing during Jesus' time. I think that was something the Catholic Roman Church probably came up with later. So that's what I think about that as far as circumcision.
I think circumcision comes from an ancient practice, and it reflects sort of like it's to this day, it's a big thing in India. I can't remember what they're called, but there's a subcaste within India. And okay, like this is going to affect people. They go and find homeless boys, or they take boys from other families, and they do things to these children so that they become circumcised. And it's considered, so in India, the big birthday that you do for your child is the first birthday. And that first birthday is really fundamentally important. That first birthday is the key, because all the other birthdays don't matter. But the first cycle of the Shastra, of all the planets through your system, that point is sacred. And for a first birthday, what you'll find is that the families will spend a lot of money, right? And it's very bad luck. Even if you're a poor family in India, it's very bad. Thousands of dollars on your child's first birthday. I don't know if you know this. Well, I remember being in India, and those days money was a lot in India, and being shocked. These people aren't that rich, and they're spending like $5,000 to $10,000 on a first birthday for a child that the child doesn't even know what's happening. It's a huge affair. The whole town, village is there. There's free food for everybody. They're handing out food into the street. They're generating as much. Oh, and then they pay a fortune for a Brahmin priest, and then they pay a fortune for a eunuch. And the eunuch is supposed to come, and the evil spirits are supposed to attach themselves to the eunuch, and the eunuch's supposed to leave with the evil spirits. That's the ideology, or a exoteric understanding of a profound spiritual ideology related to the eunuchs. But these eunuchs have always played a really big role, and I believe it has to do with the fool. There were always eunuchs in the court of the kings, right? In ancient times. And the eunuchs were often the fool. And they could do and say anything. And they would basically be singing the what's called the aria. Now, aria comes from a Gaelic word, right? It's a place, which is like a metaphor for the word heaven. The aria is where we came from before we came to the physical here, where we are. And the word Aryan comes from the root of the word aria. And these are the sacred, not opera, distinct from opera is the aria. The aria are the sacred chant songs of the early churches that would be sung usually by the eunuchs. And they were considered to be like the song of the angels, as the metaphor goes. So like this is really, I think, how integral eunuchs have been as a part of our society. But I personally think that there's something quite weird about the notion, personally. I mean, being a man, right? The idea of eunuchs, I find it uncomfortable as a thought, as a concept. Not something that I think people should want to do. But perhaps because as a man, sexuality plays such a big role in our consciousness, right? I mean, any man that says that sexuality doesn't play a big role in their consciousness, that honest. Because as men, we are very sexually driven. Yeah. And you can tell a man when he's being himself, when he's honest, because he'll, okay, like sex goes through his mind quite often. And there's this kundalini reaction effect. So when one is disconnecting from one's sexuality, one is disconnecting from one's kundalini in a sense. So I have my own sort of misgivings and perceptions of that, but it's very much a part of the older culture on Earth. So I think that comes from Vedic days, and it probably traveled across Europe during those migrations. Yeah. And am I right? Does anybody know? Does eunuchs also play a similar role in China? Anybody know about this? Eunuchs of ancient China. I'm guessing they do. Were men who castrated themselves and served the imperial court. So this goes back 4,000 years ago in China, according to the so-called histories. See? So you'll find it in ancient China, ancient India, ancient lands, and it sort of came across to the West, probably with the migration from, the Indo-European language group migration of people that basically was happening between 4,000 and 3,000 years ago. No? Isn't that when the big part of the transmigration happened? After the fall of Babylon and all of that, people were migrating across. But according to those old stories of the Sumerian tablets, that there was nuclear fallout and poison. And we can actually detect the presence of nuclear bombs going off now, right? In the Middle East. And through many of these, we've got the technology, and it seems like there was nuclear toxicity in the land. And we can detect a certain amount of it still present. And it sort of makes you see why those lands became deserts.
Yeah, in Sodom and Gomorrah, there's like the registers on the Geiger counter with the radioactivity over there.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Agent Druga. Cosmic, you know who this is, yeah? Welcome to our show, bro. Just please, if you are drinking, slow down on the booze.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I know Droga all too well. Those guys for a while.
He was talking about the word salad, and fair enough. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. I respect people expressing their opinions. That's cool. Though what I would say is when I was a child, when things that were beyond my ability to understand were present, it would seem like word salad to me. And as I've become older, I've been able to dismantle some of the word salad. And I think it's really important to recognize that just because something seems like word salad, it might be, but it might be one's personal inability to understand. And this is like when we drink and when we use the wrong substances, it sort of limits our mental gauge from broadening. And something else that was mentioned as well, verify anything you hear. Now that I want to talk about, because that really comes right back to what we're talking in terms of this blind following of the blind following the blind nonsense. And this is how they've hijacked us with the psyops movement. They've made us operate from a point of memory below the veils, where everything needs to be expressed by someone else, right? And somebody else's ideas. We've got to be able to parrot somebody else's ideas in order for any idea to have any validity. And what does that do? What does that do? That causes the memory to cut oneself off from intuition and inspiration. So the truly inspired thinkers operate on a level of intuition that actually transcends memory, and thus empowers memory so that the imagination can reflect this instinctual knowledge through the will, and that it can become an actual a moment of understanding and wisdom. And this, to me, as well, you know, this mouth fluff that everybody repeats. Oh, well, it's written in that book, so it must be legitimate. That person said it, so it must be true. Oh, I've got a link on Google to verify what I'm saying, so what I'm saying has validity. This is reflective of requiring external validation. And when we allow our personalities to become weak enough that we require external validation, then we require all the information that we get to be validated and vetted by someone else, aka Big Brother, aka someone outside of ourselves. And I think this ties into what we were talking about, the fisherman of men, right? And that fisherman is really interesting, because when we look at it, we're looking at tzadi, right? And tzadi is the fish hook. It's the Hebrew letter that comes that relates to the number 90, and that tzadi represents Aquarius in the way that we interact with the group. And so the group consciousness and our personal relationship with group consciousness and our peers in the group is how we will relate with the tzadi. And that tzadi of pulling us out of the water of our natural habitat is to sort of, it relates to initiation in a sense, but not all initiation is necessarily productive initiation, right? Like, let's say the military initiates you, right? But they initiate you so that they can traumatize you and program you to becoming a more efficient person that stops other people from being alive, true or false? Which isn't the kind of initiation we really need for wholesome spiritual and well-being, which is why most of the people that have been initiated by the military and end up going to practice what they've been initiated with come back and they've got psychological problems, right? PTS and PTSD and all of these things are a result of the programming and the enacting of the programming received during the initiating process of military training. So there's a lot to be looked at there when it comes to initiation. But I think that this seeming requirement to constantly feel like we need this validation from the outside takes us away from intuition. And this is something that Mexico said earlier that was really poignant. You know, as a child, Mexico was saying that it was much easier to move in and out of the body, right? Much easier to dissolve the limitations of the flesh and to be able to experience an extra dimension. I'll come to you in a minute. Please wait. Give me 2 minutes. And be able to transcend the boundaries of the flesh in order to experience the etheric field, the astral field, and the spiritual field of consciousness. These three domains of the shamanic worlds, which are Atzilut, Bria, and Yetzirah from the Kabbalah, or the etheric, the astral, and the causal field of the spiritual worlds. And so yeah, I think like there's a lot to be unpacked with these notions. I think they hold a lot of importance. And that said, I want to welcome dear Steinforks. Thank you for joining us, brother. I hope you're good. Hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Steinforks is a podcaster of note. He's what we call he's a heavyweight podcaster. Not just because he's a big guy, but he's a heavyweight podcaster because he does like 3 podcasts per day. He'll spend like 3-4 hours in a day podcasting, maybe 5 hours, and then 3 hours, and then come onto a round table, crank out some hours. Yeah, so he's like a heavy duty podcaster, but he's a pagan, and he's the jarl of a group of people that have become recognized as an organization, which is a step towards gaining all sorts of other possible rights that come with it as a group. And he's also a researcher, and of course, as a pagan, he's practicing natural magic, which is like the heart of paganism. Yep. Welcome, dear brother. Do say a few words about yourself. I'm going to go and say good night to my boy for a moment.
Thank you for joining us. Of course. Of course, right when the wifey calls. Sorry. Yeah. No. Yeah. Steinfox, pagan podcaster. Indeed. I mean, the shaman really said it all. I'm doing a lot. Sometimes I do too much. Yes. Greyhorn Pagans podcast. I actually just came off a live show on my my own account. I do live rune readings with Zaralath Eternal every week. In about 10 minutes, another episode will air live on the channel. But yeah, Greyhorn Pagans podcast is where you can find me. We cover everything from paganism to witchcraft, mysticism, mythology, alternate history, hidden history. Yeah, like you name it, we do it. You can find the Greyhorn Pagans podcast on YouTube, of course, and on all the larger podcasting platforms. The main hub is, of course, our website, www.greyhornpagans.com. If you don't feel like, looking up all the individual platforms, just go to the website. Everything is on there. And yeah, I'm glad I get to come on the round table for a bit. I did have my own. I was supposed to do a recording earlier today. I was very much looking forward to that one, but that was a no-show, unfortunately. But still got to do a live reading with Zaralath, and now live here on the shaman roundtable, the shamanic roundtable, the occult roundtable. And it's always a pleasure being here. So yeah, let's keep it rolling. I haven't been able to keep up with where we at right now, but I can just drop in, fill in, and I'll have some things to say for sure.
All right, welcome to the show. We were talking a little bit about the astral body and the ethereal body, and one of the guests in the comments asked about the causal body. Do you have any insight on that?
Oh, that's a little.
Causal body is connected to the ethereal or the astral. I don't.
Oh, it's a little outside of my usual scope. So I'm gonna have to pass it on to someone else, or can I like
feeling about
Can
the
I call a friend, or like how does that work?
Yeah, that's
Another way of understanding it would have been if you look at Yggdrasil and you consider the underworld. What do they call that underworld? The place which they respond to as hell, where the giants get sent.
Yeah. Well, you have Helheim, of course.
Helheim,
but
and then there's three
the-
divisions within the tree, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So those three divisions are like the structure of reality, no? Like that we can experience.
Yeah, you have
like the
of course,
roots
you
of
have
this tree of existence.
Yeah, you have the darker, very non-pleasant realms at the roots and among the roots of Yggdrasil, in the dark soil, of course, which at the same time is very, very fertile ground, of course. Then you could say the trunk of Yggdrasil is our realm of the gods. If you go like higher up, like we're on Midgard, so like we're straight in the middle. And then in the like the leaves and the branches of Yggdrasil, there are so many more beings on there, in there, so many more realms. But yeah, the higher up you go, the more special it becomes, and the more outside of the human scope. Like the gods are like I'd say a step above just regular humankind, and then it's more and more and more.
You could
You see that
consider
the
the trunk, the branch, and the leaves. Sorry, yeah.
Did you see that the Rainbow Bridge would be like similar to like what Jotunheim is to Helheim? The Rainbow Bridge to Asgard?
The Rainbow Bridge is the connection between Midgard and Asgard.
But do you have to go through Jotunheim to get to Helheim?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so they could be like not above or below one another necessarily.
No, that's more the Christian concept. They like to place things, above and below each other. It's the easiest way to explain it, of course, but I don't believe it's.
But they're both like icy lands, like cold, icy places.
Yeah, there are.
Right.
There definitely are. It's one of the primordial realms. I believe that's Niflheim, the realm of primordial ice, and then Muspelheim is the realm of primordial fire.
Oh my God! What happened, baby?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like we talk about the etheric field, the etheric plane, and that within often it's written as in like the lower etheric, which is where the what can I call them? Parasitic beings exist. Yeah. And there's this field within the lower etheric of parasitic beings that energetically feed on our emotions and our consciousness and drive us towards becoming less authentic. Because in the loss of our authenticity and our integrity, there's a degradation. The integrity of the soul starts to become dismembered, and they can eat parts emotionally of this energy and drain our soul essence, which is essentially the inspiration. Like when I speak of soul essence, I'm speaking of effectively these three fundamental principles: the inspiration that becomes intuition of true knowledge. And I use the true knowledge, I shouldn't say that, just of knowledge, because people believe knowledge is belief, but I refute that personally. And then memory, where the memory is expressing the knowledge of intuition, which is sourced from the inspiration of being. And this inspiration of being becomes the body of intuition that we can experience through the higher, more evolved fields of the memory. And so this is like the higher aspects of consciousness moving, but this is bound in sort of this lower etheric plane, as is often discussed by very many mystics, psychics, astral projectors. And when I first started to become aware of it as a child, it was scary as hell, man. Whoo, it was scary, man. These beings, they were looking for me. They were like, "Come on, we're coming to get you." My boy has had to learn to live with them. He comes to creep into my bed at night. He's like, "Daddy, I need your shaman energy. Those spitties are coming after me again." Bloody spitties. He calls them spitties because he says that they're like spitting. They're like mouth frothing. And if you've ever experienced this etheric field of these beings, they're like dribbling. They're like drooling because they're so hungry. They want your energy, your soul essence. They're like drooling with appetite. And so like a child experiences that. And so he calls them spitty is his name he's given them. And he hasn't experienced them too much. Like since age 5, the experience of it went down. And that's bringing us back to, again, what what Mexico was talking about when being a child, they were able to experience a lot more of this otherworldliness. You know, the fetters that tie us and keep us strapped into the body are loose, so you can slip out and go, woohoo, I'm going for a jaw, you know, as we call it in South Africa. But there's definitely this lower astral pollution. How's that for a notion? And I think that pollution must be a reflection of that underworld plane. And to me, it seems like when we rise into the higher parts of the tree, we've got to come from the roots. Even though we might be in the middle part of the tree, we need to sort of be absorbed up through the roots and transcend our own sort of earthliness, if that makes sense. And sort of move up the xylem. Is it called xylem?
Yeah. That's the bark.
Yeah. You got these. They suck the water up the xylem. Is it turgid pressure that produces this? It's a very weird way, the way water moves up the xylem of a tree. People still trying to figure out how this works exactly.
Move up the phloem of the tree, though? Or the xylem? I think it's the phloem.
Sorry?
Does it move up the phloem? The wood is the phloem and the bark is the xylem.
Aren't the xylem the little, I've got the word wrong.
Rhizomes.
Xylem in tree. Isn't the xylem the, there's little, it's carries the water and the tissues from the roots and the leaves.
Oh, I think you're thinking of the rhizomes.
No, it's called xylem.
Okay.
It's the major component of the tree's vascular tissue, along with phloem and cambium. But the xylem look like, I just remember learning about this in biology when I was a boy. The xylem are like little channels that the water can be sucked through. And it uses turgid, I think it's turgid pressure. If my memory serves, check my memory, I might be wrong. Turgid pressure, but the way this water rises up a tree is really interesting because it's like it's contradicting gravity. It's not sucking like this, you know. The water goes up there, but yeah, it's very interesting. Cosmic, it seems like we've got some drunken wobbly
definitely
things coming out here.
We got the goat man in chat, as I call him.
Never drink and drive. Don't drink and go on the internet, because, like, you know, he had an issue with Cosmic for years. Then he had an issue with me. Sometimes this happens. It's people that don't drink. I think there's an issue with that. Probably because
and I got called out in chat right away as well. By Vincent, some guy who I'm still not even sure if is like an actual person or just like a high level bot. Like I got the comment right away, like, this kid in the blue shirt doesn't know what he's talking about. No, I don't. And
I think it's just there's a lot of people that want to steer the direction of focus from this actual chat and bring it onto themselves, essentially.
Yeah, like I already said this was a little outside my scope, but you know, when the shaman comes with the Yggdrasil reference, that I know, so I'm trying, and I'm here to learn as well. Like that's why I also love doing these roundtables, because I learn a lot of stuff that like are outside of my scope, outside of my reference, and like I probably wouldn't understand half the shit that I understand, or like even know what it's about, if it's not like for these kind of roundtables.
Right. Well, I'm always learning about this stuff too. I have intuition about it that like the causal body is connected to both the astral and the ethereal, I would think, possibly. But I feel like if the astral is the lower, that probably maybe a stronger connection with the causal there. We were talking about the lower chakra being connected to more connected to rooting and grounding and connecting us to our surrounding realm and the world and the cosmos and stuff. Maybe
I always think of the lower chakra as having all three of these things in it. Like it connects us to everything. There's something so profound about that root chakra. Everybody's like, oh, I want to get through the root chakra. I want to go up to the higher chakras. And they're like, hold a moment. The root is where it's at. That's your kundalini. That's where that sleeping serpent lives, which is what you're going to ride that serpent, but you jump on the train at the train station. You can't just jump on the train anyway. You got to be at the train station. The train's got to be there. You got to jump on the train. That's the train station. You want to jump on, you want to ride. Otherwise, you're just going to be like, whoa, this train came past really fast. I'm not quite sure what it was. But I think you're completely right.
It's funny that you mentioned like a sleeping serpent, because that's exactly what is at the bottom, at the roots of the Yggdrasil as well. It is the it's Nidhogg or Nidhogg, the dragon, who is the Punisher as well. Like he gnaws on the bones of the people who have been sent to Niflheim, the oath breakers, the dishonest people, the one you could say are rootless in some way. They don't have that strong base. They don't have those deep roots. Therefore, they are able to lie, deceive, break their oaths, break their honor, and especially in European paganism, just European paganism as a whole, including Southern Europe in this as well. There really isn't anything worse that you can do than break your oath, break your honor. So that's like really the to my knowledge, at least, it's been a while since I've read the texts, but that's a surefire way to get yourself some eternal punishment. So he gnaws on the roots, he gnaws on the bones, and he lives between the roots of the Yggdrasil at the very bottom. It is the dragon, it is the serpent.
Yeah, and that's like a universal concept. Like in the Kabbalah, we speak about the serpent having 3 1/3 coils. It coils around 3 1/3 times. And that is coming from Malkut, from the Isya, from the worldly plane connecting. If you see the Tree of Life diagram, it drives up and touches Kither or Keter, or Koter or Kitar. There's a lot of different pronunciations that go with the traditional Hebrew well, they're not traditional. Let's be real. The modern Hebrew pronunciations, which people consider as traditional because they've been retaught how to read the Torah because of Simeon ben Enli and the restructuring of the Hebrew language away from the original Paleo-Hebrew translation or pronunciation, in my opinion. Just looking at the other languages that come from Paleo-Hebrew languages, it's very interesting. But I definitely get a sense like that what you're talking about here is really profoundly relevant, because like you see it in all traditions, right? The dragon in the Taoist and the Chinese systems. We're talking about the Kundalini, which is the sleeping serpent in the Vedic systems. It's in the Kabbalah. It's in all different forms of paganism. In fact, it's why, and in the pharaohs, they relate that there comes a point in one's spiritual awakening when the serpent touches the top of one's head and rests upon one's head. And we see the same thing in India when the Kundalini has risen past the Visuddhi chakra. And so this sort of is quite important and relevant, when we're looking at these different divisions. Like the way I understand this, the lower, so sensation is our root chakra, the chakra of common sense. Then instincts is our svadhisthana, the next chakra, which is where we've got our impulses. And so our desires are born from our instincts and our sensations becoming twisted. And the will is what's driving all of these. So when our personal will is facing downwards towards our instincts and our sensations, then we become gross, as the saying goes. And we become very gross, as the saying goes. And so it's that like reversal of that instinct, reversal of those sensation, of the impulses of desire, of what we call in modern psychology the id. Well, not so modern. Freudian and Jungian psychology, I believe they called it the id. That's right, yeah? It's been so long since I've read over these things.
What do you mean by when we become gross? Like focused on material?
Yeah, material is gross. When I say gross, I mean dense material. In other words, our consciousness desires to have food and sex.
Yeah, that is more the traditionalist way of thinking, indeed, which you could connect to Jung, Evola, Dugin, even. Yeah.
And then you start to transcend that and you want more. Like the whole idea behind the warriors and the warrior's death, in my opinion, has got to do with self-sacrifice, right? Like you're going out to sacrifice your life so that your family can have what they need and so that you can protect each other, right? Build a shield wall. And so to protect the king, to protect royalty, to protect your jarl, to protect your family, to make sure that there's food on the table of your kids. That's why where the whole idea of the warrior and why the warrior's passing is so sacred, because it involves sacrificing everything that you've got, even your life, in order that the group can be better off. And so there's a very powerful selflessness of letting go of the grossness of even like this physical body. Take it. If I lose this body while I'm doing something for the group, well, and so I think this is why a lot of people don't understand maybe some of the Norse traditions. A lot of people say, "Oh, that's weird," but it's not that weird if you look at it from, if you were living in a place where there's snow and it's cold and it's a harsh climate, and like just to find food for your kids was not easy, then that's how you would think. You'd be like, I've got to sacrifice myself, do whatever I have to do to feed the kids. And we still do it to this day, don't we?
Yeah. No, you had to be selfless. You had to like pretty much put others first. Like indeed, especially here, in Northern Europe, our winters, like when they get cold, they get really fucking cold. And if I have to like indeed like make a sacrifice by exposing myself to that cold and challenging the cold in order to get food, sustenance, means of warmth for you know, for my kids, for my wife, for the tribe, the community, whatever, then, you know, like, especially as a man, as the figurehead, as the provider and protector, it is up to me to do that. You know, it is what is expected of me, and especially indeed in Northern European traditions, self-sacrifice. I mean, look at Odin, look at Wotan. Like, he sacrificed himself to himself. He gave the ultimate self-sacrifice for not just knowledge, but like ultimate wisdom. And he had to sacrifice so much. You know, he sacrificed his sanity. He sacrificed his eye. He sacrificed himself, all in the pursuit of something greater than himself, or to become greater than he is now.
Yeah, I mean, the whole word sacred, from what my research showed me, and okay, this was like years ago, but it comes from sack, red. So you'd have a sack and it's full of red stuff. Right? Like, it relates to the blood. And this is this very important notion about women, right? And their moon blood. Women have been like really, how can I put this? A little bit insulted by men in like, oh, that's disgusting, that blood, quickly get rid of it. Instead of like, it's like men used to copy the woman's moon blood by causing harm to another being, right? To get the blood in order to do the magic. But the woman just have the blood and nobody has to be hurt, right? The blood is freely given by the woman's womb of the human's body. And it's blood that can be used for high rites of magic. And the best thing is nobody got hurt. Nobody was harmed. But instead of recognizing that this is a really powerful, sacred sacrifice of the feminine body so that children can be born, the men are like, ooh, that's disgusting. Get it away from me. Oh, look at her. The women have to wear these things and they've got to like hide away. And in some cultures, the women aren't even allowed to be around men when they're, you know, menstruating. What are your thoughts on this? Like the way the moon blood, menstruation, the misunderstanding, the concepts, sacrifice, sacred, blood. You know, maybe in the old times, there'd be a small sack that the woman would use to capture that blood, right? Probably a bladder. Imagine. The woman would probably be capturing that blood. And what would be happening? Think about it. What happens when you got a group of women? Their menstrual cycles all get in sync with each other. So you could have a sack that you pass around to women, right? And they could literally have like a little skull, like a skull of a small creature that they're capturing the blood and adding it to the sack until you got a big sack of blood, which could then be used for rituals in the tribes. What do you guys think about this as a notion? I know it's like I'm pushing the boat out there.
Yeah, I think it's an obvious sign of like a fallen patriarchal society when we're like ridiculing women for their ability to have like fertile signs. You know, we have women that when they don't eat enough, they can't even have a cycle and they're too thin. And so it almost seems like men would want that. And then you can't make people, you know? So it seems like a very narrow-minded society where something like that is given shame. It's sad, you know, but when you talk about these other societies where it's celebrated, that should probably be where our roots were, you know, and that must be a deeper connection to where we came from, because we were originally matriarchal before we fell into this patriarchal way, I think.
Yeah, I get that. And I keep seeing these words, word salad. And I really want to address the elephant in the room here. Okay. So let's talk the power of the word. Let's talk about magic. let's talk about what words are. Words are reflections of consciousness. The consciousness field is an acoustic resonant field, and these acoustic resonant fields externalize to become what we experience as an internal form of the body. And so this consciousness is sound. Sound, the vibration of Om, is the substance of the whole universe. Whether you're Christian or Jewish or ancient Egyptian, or whether you're Chinese, a Taoist, or whether you are Vedic and an Indian, whichever cosmology or philosophy you come from, or whether you're a shaman, it's the heartbeat of the universe. It's all sound. And so the sound becomes the word. The words are reflections of these fundamental cosmic sounds, which are the principles of life and creation, being reflected at us through this field of consciousness. What is word salad? What does it really mean? I know there's the brainwashed idea of what word salad is, but let's look at the meaning. Okay, so what is the most nutritional food you can eat?
Salad.
Salad? What's the best thing you can eat for your body? Salad? Whether it's raw beetroot and raw carrots, or raw apple salad, a fruit salad, raw apples and bananas and papaya, or raw cucumbers and raw whatever you can imagine. Raw food is the most powerful prana-rich food that you can put into your body.
Put some seeds.
So when you've got word salad, you have the most mentally nutritional form of thought being expressed as word. That's what the word salad mean, or am I wrong?
No, I like to put hemp seeds on my salad. Great protein.
I would say that's not necessarily what word salad's referring to, but I like that definition better, because if you think about it, a salad is kind of like a healthy thing. I think the idea is that with word salads, that when you take a salad, you're taking a bunch of like arbitrary things and kind of like mixing them together like a kind of stew. And so the idea is that if something is word salad, that there's not really a line of connecting thought that sort of, puts all the words together and organizes them into kind of a general sort of coherent thought. It's just kind of like taking stuff and throwing it out there and sort of seeing what sticks. Yeah.
But
word salad, and it can be
it's
like
a misuse of words, though, is it not? Because a salad
for
is
most
not just a random combination of food.
it's hard to like
A salad is
impersonate.
a carefully organized diet
Yeah,
with all the right ingredients in the right balances. Otherwise, it's not a salad. You can't just throw a pile of food, of raw food, on a plate and say it's a salad.
yeah. They probably just didn't want to give it too bad of a negative connotation, because the people are
usually
Symptom
what
of
it's
schizophrenia.
usually referred to schizophrenics.
disorganized schizophrenia is a type of schizophrenia we usually don't hear about. Usually, paranoid schizophrenia is what we're familiar with. But in disorganized schizophrenia, they cannot organize their words to sound like they want them to sound, to be able to communicate what they're trying to say. And so when they have an idea, they try to put it into words, it gets confused into other strange words that they're not.
Yeah.
And so people are like, what does that mean? It doesn't sound comprehensible at all. And so when people are not having resonance with an academic lexicon, they might have difficulty understanding our words and feel like they're in that kind of a situation. They don't understand the meaning of our sentences and our statements, because some of the key words are something they're not familiar with. So it's easy to
It's very interesting, because you've got soup and you've got mush.
Yeah.
So if there was word mush or word soup, I would,
Mush.
that makes sense. Word mush, word soup. It's just a whole lot of stuff mushed together, and you can't tell what you're eating.
Right.
It's a bunch of mush, word mush. So when I hear people using the words incorrectly, because as a magician, to me, the meanings of words really matter. We can't just take a word and change the meaning because they did it. Why are you using those words? Well, they did it. So they did it, so it must be okay. I'm going to use those words to mean that because that's what they think it means. I think as a magician, there's a certain amount of personal responsibility towards understanding what you're actually saying and bringing what I would consider a continence of mind, continence of speech, and becoming verbally responsible for what we say to understand the actual meaning of the word. And so when I hear people using the word salad and they think they're talking about it, to me, I'm actually hearing people word mush, right? Word mush, which is if you're used to eating word mush,
Description.
right? In other words, there's no digestion required, is there? Right? You don't need to digest mush because it's already been blended and digested for you. You just swallow it and it goes into your body. But salad, you've actually got to chew it. You've actually got to chew it and masticate it. You've actually got to swallow it. It's actually got to be digested by your body because it's not just mush. Mush is what you feed a baby, right? Mush, soup, mush. So if we are used to mush, which is like when you go and look for an external source, somebody else has explained it and vetted it, and they're giving it to you in a simple package. You don't have to think for yourself. There's the answer. That's word mush. But when you actually have to digest and think for yourself, to me, that's word salad. To me, it's the noblest form of word congregations would be word salad. There's a new way of looking at the idea of word salad, and I like it.
I love it. The new definition of it. I'm vibing with it. That's very good.
And the same thing is like I think we need to reclaim the power of our woman as men. What do you guys say about that? And I'm pretty sure Stein's on board with that.
Yeah, I'm with it. We need to celebrate.
You know?
this. I'm all for like the 13-month calendar, 28-day calendar, 13 months, 4 weeks every month. It's beautiful.
Yeah, this whole notion of women are dirty when they bleed. Like, since I've been drinking my urine, I have a different perspective on life, right? I used to think urine was dirty. Now I don't think of it as dirty anymore. Suddenly the idea of a woman bleeding isn't dirty. It's a little bit sacred. It's like, you know, that's if you want to do blood rituals, if you want to do blood magic, you have access to blood magic without hurting anybody. You just got to be humble enough to collect the good juice from your lady. Am I right or wrong? What do you think, Stein?
I think there's definitely something to that. I think menstrual blood is very potent because it's not just blood. There's so much more in it. I guess I should say, you know, there's hormones in it. There is like reproductive stuff. Sorry, I'm not a biologist in it.
Yep.
And like it comes from, you know, the womb lining. So it is like for the woman, that is like the most sacred blood that she can give. And I mean, everybody always makes jokes like, you know, only a true pirate sails the Red Sea, and only a true knight has blood on his sword. And you know, maybe there is something to those jokes. I mean, when I tell Firefay those jokes, she just looks at me like, no, not gonna happen. But no, there is and I think if you want to practice magic like that, you know, using blood is very powerful anyway. That's why blood sacrifices are still a thing, especially among more chaos magicians. And I think using menstrual blood, if your lady is up for it, and I'd say, you know, if probably more importantly, so if she wants to join you in that ritual using it, I think you can manifest some powerful things. I mean, I get why, you know, people think like, oh, it's, you know, gross. Like it's, you know, It's literally like expelled, and there's a reason why it's being expelled. Usually any kind of excrement is seen as dirty, no matter, well, to put it very, very bluntly, no matter the hole it comes out from. But yeah, like blood magic, it is fucking powerful. And I think if you're, like I said, if you're able to do it, if your wife agrees to it, if your girlfriend agrees to it, and if she's like, especially if she's joining you in it, man, that's power. I mean, you're a power couple already, just for doing it. I mean, if I were to suggest that to Fire Faye, I'm sleeping on the couch for a week. Probably she's not into that kind of stuff.
Just choose your words carefully.
Yeah, exactly. No, but there is power. There's power in that. There's power in their very strong feminine power.
Yeah, like historically, it was used for a lot of stuff, like in magic and things. In Lithuania, they use it for love spells. It's kind of funny. In ancient Rome, Pliny the Elder wrote that a menstruating woman who exposed herself could scare away lightning, whirlwinds, and hailstorms. So
Probably.
I don't know if he's talking about figuratively or what's going on with that one, but
I mean, I want to bet that there are women out there who can do it literally. Like
amazing.
Especially during that time of the month, they are a force of nature in their own right. They are a force to be reckoned with in their own right. And I want to bet that there definitely are ladies that can, like, pretty much scare off the gods themselves. That even they're like, okay, just gonna leave you be. You
All
do
right.
you. I'm gonna go.
So there were some storm soothers, I guess, doing that. And then the Cherokee people believe that menstrual blood will give them special powers and the ability to destroy their enemies. So I guess they were drinking it. And then some people found power in using menstrual blood for painting on their face, like war paint. And then it was also used for potions to create snakes, insects, poison, and other diseases.
And it's even a thing that it's more of a TikTok trend. So, like, take it as you wish. Vabbing, like, to attract, if a woman wants to, this is TikTok logic, although there's probably some magic in there. If they want to attract a mate, you do that through hormones, of course. So they'll, well, vabbing, it's like dabbing, but with the lady juices.
Yeah,
So
in the Middle Ages, that women would put their blood in the food or drinks to seduce men, or to keep their
And that's still being done.
Okay.
I mean, nowadays we'd consider that a little creepy, but it's it's powerful magic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why us men, like, we're born from there, and like we quite literally spent our whole lives trying to get back. Just it's our favorite place. We have such good memories. We're like, yeah, I want to go back there. And then when you see
Ever since we were teenagers.
and then when you see your child being born, it's like, seeing your favorite pup burning down. It's like, no.
Well, it's strange how there's a strong contrast between placenta eating party and the menstrual blood. It's like, oh, placenta, let's cook it. Let's make it into something. We'll all eat it together. And then the blood is like, oh, that's terrible. Don't show me or something.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd add something here. to the agent in the room. We've got an agent in the room. This is a bulletin. People, be aware. There is an agent here. The Matrix is under attack. The agent is here. No, but to bring it to a reality is like, that's the reason I don't kick you from the space, even though you're being antithetical, because I respect freedom of speech. I want you to appreciate what that means. A lot of people would just like, oh, he's talking nonsense, kick him out. But I try and be as tolerant and open-minded to different people's ideas and stuff. But one thing I've observed, and I'm going to point this out just quickly. In any game, and I'm using the word game because I think it's relevant. We are hunting the truth. We are hunting game. We're hunting big game here. This is a game. And basically, sport is a metaphor for this game that we're talking about. And in any sport, like Stein can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Indy, I'm sure, can appreciate that. There are rules in any game. And football, rugby, martial arts, whatever, you're not actually playing the player. You're playing the game. In a martial arts ring, you're not trying to hurt John. You're trying to score a point. Who's there? It doesn't matter. I want to perfect my technique and get through that hole, score that point, because that's my goal. It doesn't matter who it is. It's not about antagonizing this person or that person. Same with football. It's not about playing this guy and trying to hurt this guy. It's about getting the ball in the goals. The same with rugby. The same with golf. The same with cricket. The cricket isn't about, let me hit this ball as hard as I can at this guy's head. No, the game is to hit the ball out of the field. So, and I'm just pointing this out. Just please, agent, just respect everybody in the chat and respect the people. Don't start targeting people, because that's generally a sign of weakness in my mind. Because when I'm on a sports field and an opposing team member wants to start playing the members of the team, it's because they know they can't play the game better than we can. You've seen the film The Karate Kid? What does he do? He knows he's going to lose. He knows he's going to get his butt kicked, so he tries to hurt the opponent. But he still gets on one foot and he still cleans his clocks for him because he's a better fighter. It's like that. When people want to cheat and play the player instead of the ball, it's because they know they're not good at playing the ball. And it's better to be integrous and go, hey, you know what? I'm not that good at playing the ball, but I'm going to get better. And by losing, I'm gonna win. We win when we lose, because that's when we really improve. And the interesting thing about sports, you could be at this level and someone else could be at this level, but the more you lose, you quickly catch up until you're on a similar level. So losing is the art of winning. And so playing the game is more important than playing the player. So with that vein, just let's please not start attacking. I noticed you trying to attack Lauren a bit. I noticed you attacked Stein. I noticed you attacked Cosmic. You might have tried to attack me too, but like I don't think you really said much. But I just try and keep it on the topic. If someone's talking nonsense, instead of saying that's word salad, why don't you try and think that what you said is nonsense? Instead of just saying, oh, this is all nonsense. Can you figure out what nonsense is being said and specifically point out that's nonsense and that's nonsense and that's nonsense? It's like a builder that walks up to a wall and says it's a badly built wall. And you say, well, why? I can't tell you. What's wrong with the wall? I can't tell you. Another builder comes to the wall and he says the wall's badly built because look at this brick. This brick's not aligned straight. Look at this mortar. This mortar hasn't been properly mixed. It's not really curing properly. Notice how the wall's not in a straight line. It's skew. Notice how the top of the wall doesn't match the bottom of the wall and that the maths is wrong. Notice how the wall's in the wrong place. Oh, okay, that's a bad wall, as opposed to just it's a bad wall and I can't explain what's wrong with it. So there's something in the learning curve of experience of being humble enough. And sometimes if there's something that one disagrees with, it's good to express it. I'm all for freedom of speech. Just try not to play the players. With that in mind, I do think back to the topic of the menstrual story. It's a challenging topic for men especially. And for a lot of women, And I apologize to all the women that have been young girls are made to feel ashamed. Do you know how bad that is? That these women are having this spiritual sacrificial experience, right? So in ancient Mayan times, they had a special obsidian blade that men would use to cut themselves to mimic this, in order to sacrifice of their own blood into a bowl to do rituals. Now, women are having this very powerful spiritual experience where their wombs are releasing the potential for a child through this blood, and they're made to feel embarrassed and ashamed. And like they got to hide away. And, to me, there's something quite wrong with it, which is why I've always been very open about, I think as men, it's our job to support women.
Absolutely, and it goes both ways. Like especially for women in the workforce, like on the one hand, like yeah, it is something dirty. It is something gross, and like yeah, they should feel that way about it for some reason. I don't know. It's perfectly natural. But like then on the other hand, they're also not allowed to show it. They're not allowed to react to it. Like if it, because it messes up your hormones. It messes up the hormonal households. That like we all know that. It's become a meme, but it's a meme for a reason. It's because it's true. So like yeah, of course there's gonna be you're gonna see it. You're gonna notice it. They're in the workforce. Their work will be a little sloppier, perhaps. They won't be as focused, and I can't blame them, because if I would be bleeding from there, then and it like cramping up and it just like hurting, yeah, I wouldn't be able to focus either. But you still have to perform as if nothing is happening, and then you get punished if it does. And like that's also, I hate to bring it in this direction, but that's also usually why women get paid less than men. It's because of that sacred time of the month, because they, like, every so often, they need to go home earlier, or it's like it's really fucking bad and they can't deal with it right now, and I just have to stay home with a box of chocolates and just have it be soothing, keep it warm, chocolate for the endorphins and all of that. So I can't work today, it's too much, which I get. But like for some reason, like that's not talked about when talking about the differences between men and women in the workforce. And it's also because of that. It's a lot of things, but that sacred time of the month plays into it as well.
Part of that information is part of that discrimination is informational, because like women are not really alerted to like what they could do about their cycle to make things easier for themselves. And so a lot of that information has kind of been pushed under the rug. But it's known that like eating sweet potatoes and yams, they have progesterone. They can make it a cycle a little easier for a girl. And all that old ancient folk wisdom is kind of being lost with industrialized, mechanized society and all this petroleum-based pharmaceuticals and things.
Yeah, because instead of that, girls, especially young girls, are told to just pump themselves full of exogenous hormones so that you don't get a period, so that the cycle doesn't happen. And it's like, well, that's not the solution.
No.
Oh, but you also can't get pregnant then. Yeah. Okay. Abstinence. If you don't want to get pregnant, don't do things that might end up, getting you pregnant.
Yeah.
It shouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
We all have our urges, of course, but like kind of like talking about self-sacrifice. Then just sacrifice the urges, I guess, on the altar of I don't want to get pregnant. Not right now. Not from this guy.
It's called the rhythm method. In other words, count the days. For those of you younger men out there, learn the wisdom of the older guys, right? A woman is ready to knock out buns, little ones, on typically day 12 and day 16 of her cycle. So between day 10 and day 12, be super careful. Day 12, don't even go near her. Cunnilingus only. Day 12 to day 16, cunnilingus only. It's day 16 to 18, be careful. The rest of the month, hammer away like it's nobody's business. And you will not have a baby. And that's like really very simple advice. And for women, at least you get certain times in the month where, because that's the time when a woman conceives, between day 12 and day 16 of her cycle. So there you got like a full 30-day cycle. It's only like 4 days. I would say 5 days. I would give it day 11 to day 17 to play it extra safe. But between that, you 12 to 16, you should be good to go. And I did this for years, and I never got my ex-wife pregnant when I was young. And so it just means looking at the calendar, keeping track of your woman's body and going, whoa, I better not have sex with her the next few days, because if I do, babies. And that way you can be wild and enjoy yourself and not have to worry about contraception. And you don't want a woman on the pill. You do not want to put your love of your life on the pill. Why would you want to shorten her life and cause harm to her uterus unless you have to? Like, she should be allowed to have normal bleeding periods because it's part of who she is. And a lot of guys, they're like, oh, I want you to go on the pill so that you don't have a baby. We don't have a baby because I'm not man enough to just regulate myself for like 4 days every month. I mean, come on, man. Self-sacrifice, like Stein says, We're adults at the end of the day. This is not for children.
And it's also like poker, if you don't have a partner, you better have a good hand. But
yeah, I definitely
No, sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I definitely think that this is an important topic, and I think it might seem like it's not relating to the conversation so much, but when I look at it from this perspective, I'm looking at we're talking about instincts. So we're talking about instinct and sensation and desire, and how the will can supersede and override instincts and sensations of desire in order to liberate the imagination, so the imagination can touch the full potential scope of the memory and bring about a state of intuition that is bound and reflected by inspiration of divinity. So we can see that it all starts with sexuality, really. And this is what the sleeping serpent, the base of the spine, the Muladhara chakra, the kunt. You know the word kunt? We call each other that word as an insult in English language. You say, oh, that one's a little bit of a kunt. We don't pronounce it like that.
It used to mean
right?
the exact opposite, actually. Firefay looked it up. And in Old English, it meant like something I believe someone who is a close friend to you or you hold dear, you would call them, you'd call them a cunt or you call them a cool. And now
Basically, a
it's
really
got
close friend, like you love her and you want to be inside her vagina.
yeah, that too, and I guess on a
How close can you get?
a lesser level, like between two female friends, like Firefly has a friend like that who she considers like to be her twin, at least in spirit, in character. I have heard a lot about her, and yeah, like they're basically, they are twin spirits, or cut from the same cloth. And so yeah, you could say that in the original Old English terminology, that that other woman, that other lady to Firefly would be a cunt, and it's another subversion, it's another diversion, it's another twisting something good into something bad, as is done with everything. Really, everything that once was good now is bad, and everything that once should be avoided now is celebrated. And just like look at the pride flag, for example. Yeah, it's good to be to have some pride in yourself, in your friends, your community, but it's the the chakra system, it's the colors of the chakras reversed, with red, the basic primal instincts at the very top. And I mean, if you kind of look at the community, that is what it's about. It's all about, well, who they share the bed with, really. So it isn't all about that. Not to like I don't want to overgeneralize, because there are outliers. Of course, not every one of them is like that, but that does seem to be the main thing. It's all about who you sleep with. It's all about, well, to put it even in a more base language, it's all about in which hole you stick it.
To a serious question that was asked by the agent, which was, what is causal body or causal field? Causal field is a term that I use because I consider it as a field. But causal body is a term that's used, but my experience of it is it's more like a field of awareness that we can enter into, and from that field of awareness, reality is different. Causal body is, if you consider the soul, that which is living beyond time and is incarnating in one body and then leaving that body behind and incarnating in the next body and leaving the body behind and incarnating. And each time the causal body or the causal field chooses to incarnate, it has to create an astral template. And that astral template has to reflect the causal body field. And that astral template then needs to reflect through a etheric template. And reflecting through that etheric template, within that, it reflects a physical body within the etheric template, which is reflected within the astral template, which is reflected from the causal template, if we want to call it that, or field. So in Vedic cosmology, this is called the causal body or causal field, as I call it. Same idea. In the Kabbalah, it relates to Atzilut. And Atzilut needs to project into Bria, which needs to project into Yetzirah, which then becomes Asiya, or the guf, the physical form reflected in this field of Asiya. This is why I call it the field, because you've got the guf within Asiya. And the guf is the body, but the body is within Asiya, which is not really separate to Asiya, but Asiya is the field of matter. And the Yetzirah is the field of the etheric, which is a mental-based structure based on thought forms. The Bria is the field of the emotional consciousness, which is surrounding and encompassing the mental field, which is surrounding and encompassing the physical field. And then around this emotional spiritual field, there is the causal field, which is the fundamental state of being, i.e., Atzilut. So whether you go with, and from a shamanic perspective, you speak about dream time, the physical dream time, and then you speak about the underworld, which is the etheric template, etheric field, and then you speak about the middle world, which is the astral field, the astral world, which is where all of the healing and the shamanic work actually takes place, by the way. And then they speak about the divine plane, the divine world, and that divine plane, divine world is the causal field. So just to answer that question, that's the easiest way that I can understand that.
So is it true that in Kabbalah, the root is in the top and it kind of comes down from the top? The branches come down from the root?
I think it's just a way of conceiving it. I don't know what I would say as a answer to that specifically, because there's lots of different ways of conceiving of it, but generally the roots of the tree are considered to be the Asiya, which is then taken up by the Yetzirah, the trunk of the tree, which is then the branches of the tree, which is Bria, and then there's the leaves of the tree, which is Asiya, Atzilut. So these three different states of being, or three different worlds, are represented by the three triads, the supernal triad, or the astral triad, which is often referred to as the emotional triad, or the etheric triad, which is often referred to as the astral triad. Understand that most of the men that sat in stuffy little offices writing about the Kabbalah were writing about books that they'd read more than experiences that they'd had. This is something that I've observed ever since I was young, that the way in which they confuse their terminology in the Kabbalah, many of them think that the etheric and the astral is the same thing. But when you go to India, wake up call, they got a lot more of that knowledge available. And so one's able to put it into perspective when one studies the Eastern counterpart of the same knowledge. It sort of suddenly clicks into place what Bria, the emotional plane, is the astral field, which is what's centered in the heart chakra, pure state of energy, which is the word emotion, the motion of energy. But yeah, that's an interesting question. I think that everything's inverted from a perspective, and I don't know.
Yeah, because it was told to me that like we're receiving bestowal from the heavens, from which the wisdom is given down from. And so it comes down from there and we receive it out here. And it's like an upside down tree kind of.
It's sort of when it begs the question, like, what the heck was Odin doing hanging upside down in the tree? What was the point of that? Like, there must be something. Why not the right way up? Why upside down? It must be implying this inside out, upside down. That's what I experienced when I passed over. The whole universe is inside out. So if the whole universe is inside out, then upside down is downside up, is, if that makes sense. Like if it's inside out, then it's got to be inverted.
It's like the roots are in the heavens, and like we're just one of the leaves.
I mean, as above, so below, right? You know, the roots are the branches, but underground. Like it's a very, like, way too simply put, of course. And like, how can a tree grow to the heavens if his roots do not grow to hell? You know,
Exactly.
it's only a tree with deep, deep roots that can grow the tallest. And it's funny, like you mentioning the whole upside down thing, because I am actually in contact with yeah, Benjamin. He is called. He does the Unchained Brain show, among other things, and like his meditative practice is hanging upside down and spinning. He actually made a whole construction for it, and that's how he is able to attain wisdom. That's how he is able to attain clarification. That's how he also keeps his body healthy. It's one of the ways he keeps his body healthy, because it is like only really in that way that he is able to truly like stretch out his spine and stretch out his body. And it's a whole practice, and he is I've done a live show with him where he goes into detail on that. But it is something about the hanging upside down that seems to be a greater indicator for attaining wisdom. Like you also see it in the tarot deck, of course, especially just the basic Rider-Waite. The hangman is upside down. He's hanging upside down. You could even say, I don't know if that's kind of a thing. You could relate to something with his legs kind of folded in a figure 4 kind of way. You know, 4. You kind of think of the tetragrammaton. You know, so. And maybe it is also like if you're hanging upside down, you know, all the blood rushes to your head. So you could say that in that way, your brain is able to get more oxygen as well, maybe coming to greater insights, because it has more to feed itself off. It has more to work with, a greater amount of energy that it can tap into.
I would definitely agree with that, you know, on a fundamental level. I think they say a picture speaks 1,000 words. Let me bring a picture and share what I think. Looking at it from a Vedic perspective. Hope you guys can see this. Yeah, you can. Okay, good. So looking at this image, yeah, you see you got the Pingala, and you got the Ida, and you got the Sushumna between the two. And when you see the Freemasonic temple, where you see the pillar on the right and the pillar on the left, it represents this Ida and the Pingala, basically. So the Ida is flowing downwards from the heavens to matter, and the Pingala is flowing upwards. And so this is where the caduceus comes from. The caduceus of Hermes represents the rising and falling forces, as can be explained by the breath, the rising and falling of the breath, life force.
The rise and
So
the
I
fall
think
of
that
man.
there's two trees, right?
Yeah.
there's a tree on the left and the tree on the right. And the tree on the left, well, it's the tree on the right because this body's facing us. So this body's right-hand side tree would be the tree with the roots in the bottom reaching up to the heavens. And the tree on the left would be the tree with the roots in the heavens reaching down to the matter. So I think that's why like what I said is I can't give a definitive answer because I think they're both right. Does that make sense? I think there's two trees. And I think that often people take one and they say that's what it is, but I think it's both.
Good answer. Mm-hmm. I agree.
Namaste, everybody. I see my cherries here. I hope you're all well.
And
I hope you're all having a great day.
The two trees, the two pillars, the two towers, even like it's always two. It was even in the Garden of Eden that you had the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and I forget what was that the tree of life, like the tree of life and life and death, the
tree of life, the tree of knowledge.
Yeah. So even in the Garden of Eden, there were two trees.
Enoch talks about the tree of life. Makes people immortal.
Yeah. And it's funny, like it's an apple that caused mortality, really. But it's in the Germanic mythos, it is the golden apples of Idun which allow the gods to live for as long as they do. And it is there is a story that I believe that Idun can't take care of her orchard anymore, or something happens that the gods don't have access to her golden apples anymore, and they actually age, and they are actually pretty much on the brink of death, like mortal death, for as far as a god can have a mortal death. When the problem resolves itself. So it's funny, like it's always apples, it's always trees.
They had apples to be immortal.
The golden apples of Idun is what in Norse Germanic mythology and our mythos is what provides the gods with their everlasting life. And an apple, of course, just being a toroidal field in of itself, and one of the more
definitely. I mean, when you cut an apple open, what do you see inside? Isn't it a pentagram?
If you cut it horizontally, yeah, that should be the pentagram. If you cut it vertically, it's something else, another.
Yes.
Another.
So that pentagram then represents humanity, the human form. So it's a beautiful metaphor and a symbol for a fruit that reflects the pentagram of the human form. Makes perfect sense to me. And apples are damn good for you. Like you eat an apple a day, you keep the doctor away. That's not just something that was made up by crazy people. It literally is. You eat your apple, you stay healthy.
And it's funny, like it's become a Hollywood trope, even like the bad guy always at some point in whatever movie he or she is currently finding himself in needs to eat an apple, probably also because it has that loud crunch when you bite into it, like just for to emphasize like, hey, I'm in charge because I can make noise. And
Maybe they're trying to sell computers and phones. I'm just saying.
well, I mean, their logo is, of course, the apple with a bite out of it.
I mean,
And they
somebody
sold
jumped on
their-
that bandwagon. They
and they
probably
sold
figured,
their,
oh yeah, like we can influence them to put apples in the film because it's an unconscious thing. But
yeah, and they sold their first computer for $666. So, but that doesn't
Wow.
mean anything, of course. Coincidence.
Yeah, I think when it comes to food and fruit and this is an interesting point. There's all of these correspondences, and so this then makes me want to think about the higher aspects. To consider intuition for a moment, to consider the nature of intuition and just how it works. And for me, that's like an interesting concept because, like, I see intuition here as orange, right? Why do I see it as orange? Well, I'm seeing intuition holding the energy of yellow as a potential and the energy of red as a potential. So it will split up to become the imagination and the instinct, which is our instincts are based on an intuitive experience of reality, which is related to our imagination, what we're imagining can or will happen, which is basically sub-directories of what I consider intuition. And it's no coincidence to me then that when we look at India, the sages wear orange, right? Orange loincloth, like this. And they wear that in honor of Mercury. And Mercury is thus this planet that relates to this orange color. And obviously, thus, Gemini's color is orange, of course, Mercury. And as the masculine expression of Mercurial principle. And orange is sort of a complementary color to what is orange complementary to? It's complementary to blue.
Yeah.
So it works in structure with blue. Blue and orange together make white light or cancel each other out, however you want to look at it.
You see this
And
in the original Dutch flag, orange, white, and blue instead of red, white, and blue. And our royalty is from the House of Orange.
Yeah, there you go. So that orange represents that old way of looking at Mercury, the Vedic way of looking at Mercury as well, incidentally. So I see this intuition as being this this function. And I think the intuition is something that we've lost. And I think one of the reasons we've lost intuition is, it's come up in this conversation before, is there seems to be far too much obsession with the facts. What do you guys think about that? The facts. When we've got the facts, we've got walls around our mind, and we no longer got that fluidity and lucidity of a childlike thinking. And then when we think like children, we're actually far more creative. And so that orange represents that sort of childlike ability. And also an interesting thing about Mercury is frog. So a frog is one of Mercury's animals, right? Because it's hermaphrodite, as in it's got the word Hermes in it. Yeah, hermaphrodite. Hermes and Aphrodite get together. What happens when Hermes and Aphrodite get together? Hermaphrodite, right? Frogs. So a frog is where Hermes and Aphrodite get together and make their lovely music. And so I see that as being sort of quite fundamental, and sort of this intuition is something that we've been blocking. And it has a lot to do with the memory and the will. And once again, like I was mentioning earlier, this has got to do with what I put it down to psyops. I put it down to like some severe conditioning. And to me, this is like one of the reasons the world is the way it is today. Well, what do you guys think about that? You know, this idea of the memory being used as a prison for the mind, right?
It is. It absolutely is, and that's like they always say with the just large disasters and um, ritual mass slaughters. Like lest we forget, we may never forget, but they're also using it as a weapon. As easiest example, and I don't like bringing it to that, but the the people who suffered most supposedly during World War II. We must always remember what happened to them. But because we have to remember what happened to those people, we're also not allowed to say anything about them unless it's positive. We're not allowed to criticize them, even if it's, justified. No, nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. But if that particular group makes mistakes, you're not allowed to criticize it, because remember what happened? We don't want that again, do we? No, so shut up. And like another popular example that's being used, slavery. Like, remember what happened to your ancestors. Yeah? Okay, well that's, I don't know, 250, 300 years ago. But remember, that hurts, right? Yeah? Go take vengeance. But you're in your right. Because, you remember. And it was a bad thing that happened. So as long as you remember the bad thing, you're in your right to take vengeance. And it works the other way around as well with, people of, my complexion. It's remember what your ancestors did? Yeah? So take it. Take the vengeance. Because remember what they did? And like now we're even on to the point that we can literally implant memories. Like we can create false memories. We can, things that never happened, that are literally completely made up, and we can implant them in living beings. It is something that we have the power to do already, which is so incredibly scary.
That makes me think. Yeah.
No, it's kind of like the scariest version of Minority Report. Like something happened and you remember it happening because you have that memory that it happened, and it's a valid memory because you remember it happened, so therefore it must have happened, right? Think of all the things that they can accuse you of, and like you can be put on whatever kind of device that measures stress. If it's a false memory, doesn't matter. Your brain, your body, your being sees it as a memory. So the detector will never go off. Because you're speaking the truth. If they're asking you, did you do that? And you say, yeah, I did that because I remember doing it. Even if it's an implanted memory, your body will not react to it because you're speaking the truth.
Yeah, that makes me think of a dream I had when I was in school. And I woke up and I couldn't find my bike keys. I was like, where's my bike keys? I was searching everywhere for the bike keys, and I went to like my mom and my boyfriend. I was like, I can't find my bike keys. And they looked at me. It was Stuart. It was a boyfriend. He looked at me. He was like, I was half asleep in the morning. He's like, didn't sleep out of his eyes, shook his head, literally like shook his head again. I said, I can't find my bike keys. He goes, what bike? I'm going on my bike. Turned out I didn't have a bike. I dreamt a dream that seemed so real that I'd gotten a bike and I had a bike and I was looking for my bike keys and I couldn't find them. They weren't on the hook that I'd had them in my dream. And then I had to stop and realize I don't have a bike. I don't have a motorbike. Why am I? And then I like, oh, that big dream where I had this bike and I'd gotten the bike and I was like, it was like, anyway, reality.
That's
You know?
confusing. It's confusing as hell, isn't it? Like you're so convinced that something happened, and then like you, as you said, like you realize it didn't, and you haven't, and you're like, nah, no, I did, I do. Did I? Was it a
Yeah,
dream?
man.
It felt so real, and that's
It was
like,
so
that's-
real. I'd
know?
gotten a bike. It was a gift. What was it, like a birthday present or something? I was so stoked. I got my bike. I woke up in the morning. I want to ride my bike to school. I was like, my bike. I was like, Stuart, have you seen my bike here? And Stuart was like, what are you talking about? You're half asleep. Because I was like, I woke up late. It's like I've got to rush to school. I was like, I'll be fine because I got a bike. But I was like I wasn't fully awake. And then he shook me awake and I had to stop and go. It took me about 10 seconds of standing there. And then it binged on me. It was a dream, you dodo. You know, but like if that can happen, then I'm pretty sure they can do that.
yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, they
And
can
make
do
that
it
dream
in-
seem so real that you might believe it.
yeah, like, and that's also a thing. Like the nature of dreams. It's funny. I actually like reposted something about that. A show that I did the other day. That's cool. But like, what is the nature of dreams? Because sometimes it is so real and so vivid that when you do wake up, you're like, was that a dream, or did that actually happen? And like one of the weirdest dreams you can have, I've had that once, is a false wake up dream, where you wake up, you go about your day, you know, you do the things that you have planned for the day, you do the things that you're supposed to do, and then you actually wake up. I've had that once. I was supposed to do something with my father that day. I'm not sure. So like I woke up because my dad was at the door. Got dressed, opened the door. We started doing the things that we were supposed to do for that day, which was actually, I actually had something planned with my father that day, but like my day started earlier than that it actually did, because it wasn't until like I actually started doing things is like when I actually woke up. And that is so weird, and that is so confusing, because you're like, but I was awake. I am awake. What happened? Like, Dad was already here. We already, started doing things. We already went there, did this, did that. Did that not happen? So if just your body can do that, scientists apparently have found a way to artificially create that and are able to implant it.
What does that mean about the neuro implant?
Oh, the Neuralink. No, but that's for good. That's for like medical stuff.
Yeah, but like imagine the upgrades and the updates. The hardware can be used in a different way. It just needs the update. At the moment, it just does this. Oh, we've updated it. It can do that as well. You know,
Just wait
like
till
your
that
phone. When you buy your phone, it can only do
yeah.
this. After a few updates, it can do a whole lot more than what it used to do.
Just wait till that becomes subscription based as well. Like once your Neuralink becomes subscription based, you're fucked. Because they can just
Yeah.
turn it off. It's like, oh, you didn't pay for the month. We're gonna turn it off. Well, that means I die. Yeah, well, you didn't pay.
This is exactly what I was warning people about when people want to get the surgery to change whether they're a boy or a girl. I was like, yeah, well, for now you get the medication. It's all good and well. But at some point they'll decide that you don't need the medication anymore, and they'll put an implant in that will cause your own hormones to release and make the hormones. And that implant will stimulate your own hormonal system, but it will be a proprietary property owned by so-and-so, and you'll have to pay money until they turn that thing off.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll be stuck stuck in the middle with you. No, stuck in the middle with nothing to do, you know? And
Oh,
so
that-
like
That
financial
sounds
reality.
horrible. Like
Yeah.
if I know, people who have transitions, and for them, they found their true selves. I'm very happy for those people. But like, imagine being stuck halfway. Like you're not even, going back to the hermaphrodite, you wouldn't even really be that. You'd be, I don't know, half human, half something else. I don't even know. I don't think I want to know.
It's like the farming issue in India that Mexico mentioned. I think it was last roundtable or the one before, where Monsanto's rocked up and they said, there we go, we're going to make it really easy for you. And so all of Seminis was bought up by Monsanto's in India, and Seminis was making these hybrid seeds, and it was cheap and easy, and there was funding, and it was accessible. And then what happened was Monsanto's pulled the funding, and suddenly people had to pay full price for all of the GMO stuff, and they couldn't afford it, and they were bank foreclosing. And so this is what you can see. There's a lot of money and funding pumped into making it affordable for people to transition. But what about when that funding gets pulled and the pharmaceutical corporations go, well, you really need this, and the price just went up?
Yeah.
And at what point is there a price point where people can afford the drugs that they need just to live? And then
Wasn't that
what would
like
be the result? People would
Yeah.
be committing sewage pipes.
Wasn't that a few years ago with that one guy who literally hiked up the price for, like it was an AIDS medication, I believe, and he hiked up the price from like $3 a pill to $750 a pill. I remember something like that, and it's like, well, yeah, that's healthcare. It's not about health, and they do not care. It's a for-profit business, so they have to keep costs low, which very often means cutting corners. And prices are going to be high and going to be even higher.
And Agent Druga's asking which scientists where. One has to understand how science works, right? So John Lear will explain to you that he was the test pilot that tested the stealth bomber in the 60s. Bless you.
Bless you.
That's the stealth bomber the rest of us heard about in the 90s. Right? We heard about the stealth bomber that had been released by America in the 90s, but it was test piloted in the 60s. And so there's about a quarter of a century backlog of technology before it will be acknowledged and admitted. But this is being developed, and there are scientists that do acknowledge it and do share it. It's very dangerous for a lot of these scientists. Things happen to them, people that research this and bring this information out there. But in the 80s, they were able to... No, not in the 80s. Was it the 80s or 70s? There was the first record, and you can find this. This is peer-reviewed science, where there was the first time when computer code was able to be written into a DNA. And then after being uploaded into DNA, it was downloaded back onto a computer again. So DNA code, computer language and code can be written by a computer onto DNA and downloaded. Now, what is your memory? There's a certain part of your brain where
It was in the car, and I don't see.
there's a burning on these cells that actually records the memories on the DNA of these cells. That's why certain kinds of brain damage can cause a problem to the memory, because that part of the brain can become damaged. So if we have the technology to write onto cellular tissue, onto the DNA, and record and pull information off of it, we do technically have the hardware, and we have the facility to be able to do this, and to recognize what kind of a world of science we're living in is to realize that if you want to use Google as a source to confirm evidence, yes or no, forget it. You're living in a dream world. This is for the kids. You know, the kids of today, Google is their teacher. Google is their source. Any source needs a Google link, because Google is their God. Google is their guru. Google is their everything. And where does common sense stop? Right? Common sense is when you look at what's already available technologically, and you understand how that can be used. So there are a lot of invasive technologies. For example, the technology to put microcomputers into the body. These patents exist.
Yeah.
The hardware design exists. It's not new.
I found a article, MIT Technology Review from 2017, August 2017. The title is even "Scientists Hack a Computer Using DNA. Malware can be encoded into a gene and used to take over a computer program."
So if it can work one way, can it work backwards?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the biological malware was created by scientists at the University of Washington in Seattle, who call it the first DNA-based exploit of a computer system. And this is out there for everyone to find. MIT Technology Review, August 10th, 2017, written by Juan Antonio Regalado. Yeah.
And by the way, part of the technology, just to also respond to that question from Agent Drugger, part of the technology of the neuro implant that Musk is creating, just so that you know, involves you having auditory hallucinations, telephone calls, involves you having visual hallucinations, being able to see a computer screen, right? So you won't need a computer screen necessarily. You'll be able to see a replica. So that means that this neural device is able to interact with your optic nerve production, with your actual sense of reality, which means that it should be able to give you a kind of an experience. Why not? And if that experience is voices that are playing and a soundtrack that's playing with images that are flashing in front of your eyes, why would you not distinguish that from reality? And that would then become a memory. Think about it. You could be asleep, and this memory could be playing over and over again by the neuro implant, the link, where you're hearing the same words being said, you're hearing the same situation, you're seeing the same images, to the point where it gets so firmly ingrained into your unconscious, so that when it happens, when you're awake, you actually think it's a real thing happening. So who knows what's possible? But I would say, according to the technology that they are creating, I would say more likely it's possible than it's not possible, according to common sense.
Yeah, like I'm kind of it's a short article from MIT Technology Review, but to carry out the hack, researchers led by Tadayoshi Kono and Louis Cizi encoded malicious software in a short stretch of DNA they purchased online. And it says further on in the article, previously Kono was among the first to show how to hack into an automobile through its diagnostic port, later also gaining access remotely by attacking cars through Bluetooth connections. So it's really not that hard to take over any kind of system. If they can do it through your Bluetooth, which is the most basic form of data transfer. I mean, that's like how in high school, like how we transferred like music to each other. We'd use Bluetooth. It would take ages, and you'd have to keep the Bluetooth on, because otherwise, you know, the download would corrupt or just like not work. Well, that's how we did it. That's, you know, how we connect our earbuds. It's how we listen to music on our phone. It like 99% of phones doesn't even have a like a mini jack port anymore. It's all Bluetooth connected. And if they can hack into a automobile through the Bluetooth connection, you know, and hack a computer using DNA. I mean, like, Shaman, as you said, like, the next step is the other way around. Like, hack into your DNA using a computer. And we're already kind of seeing that with CRISPR. You know, making the perfect babies, making custom babies. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, not this, amp up that, turn down that.
Totally. And you know, doing that arm prick adventure, it was coming out that there was some kind of self-organizing hardware happening in the substance of the injection, that if you put it on a windowsill and left it and come to look at it, put it in a petri dish and just watch it, it would change. But it wouldn't just change randomly. It would change. Something's been constructed in there by the graphene and the electromagnetic field. Like this, literally, I think nanorobotics is far more advanced than what we give it credit for, because of industrial military complexes in the way in which they use, you know,
it wouldn't surprise me.
Veil of secrecy to hide tech.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and it wouldn't surprise me if there are, you know, like at least nanoparticles in the stuff that, you know, is being sprayed in the air to combat climate change, of course, you know, because the sun is big and bad. So if we block out the sun, it should be good. I mean, it's not like it's the source of life and light, you know, but that doesn't matter. It's causing climate change.
How's the way they scared us? Look at this, man. Look at this. I'm getting myself a tan. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Get out into the sun. What is this nonsense about the sun's like bad for you? Like since when have they got us living in fear of the sun?
Because when you live in fear, you're easier to control, and the sun is always there. It's, you know, it's big and bad and can cause all these kind of bad things, and, you know, like, yeah, but so does water. And you don't see everyone like, oh, stop drinking water. It's bad for you. People drown in it. Yeah, they do. But if I drink it, should be good, right? No. Don't drink it. Here, take this. Water 2.0. It's like water, but not actually water.
Yeah, it's interesting how now that the companies, I don't want to say the names because I don't want to get us axed, but the big companies that were selling the arm prick toys, arm prick juice, APS, APJ, the companies that were selling the arm prick juice they're being sued left, right, and center now. It's coming out of the box. Like the court cases that are coming in, and they got their back up against the wall because they're going to have to start forking out notes, right?
Yeah.
Because they've harmed people with this arm prick adventure. And, I really don't like Clinton's wife. Not just because he didn't inhale. Let's just get this straight. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Or because he didn't inhale. That's not the reason I don't like him or his wife.
Did not have sexual relations with that woman. Like, if you look who he's actually married to, I wouldn't blame him if he did.
Well, this is what I was sort of getting at. But she was one of the few people who pointed out in 2017 that Wuhan was being used to develop microbial weapons. And that the money for these microbial weapons that were called COVID were being funded by America and England.
Yes.
And she had a national congressional hearing and brought it up in front of the National Congress to say, hey, you guys need to get oversight because this is a danger. This stuff could get out, and these dangerous weapons could basically create a pandemic. Is 2.5 years before it happened. And she went in front of Congress with evidence, money trails, paper trails, paperwork, official documentational evidence to the fact that the military industrial corporations were investing into these companies that were doing the research in Wuhan. So how there are people that don't realize that it was, as Neil was saying, right, Neil, about the arm prick adventure. I mean, come on. Like, that was a natural thing. To me, it seems like it's a virus that's designed to mess with the DNA, rewrite the code. And so viruses can rewrite the code of your DNA. Can you actually refine a virus to the point where it rewrites your memories? What a concept, huh?
Probably.
But I bet they're working on it if they haven't got it right yet.
I mean, I want to bet it's possible if it can, rewrite your genetic code, because that's basically what it's doing. If you heal from a virus or an illness, that means that your genetic code has been rewritten so that it can, combat said virus and hopefully make you immune to it for next time, or at least that the next time won't be as bad. Your genetic code is rewritten. That's a fact. And memories, if we're going by like earthly sciences, it's also nothing but genetic code, just very complex genetic code. So that can definitely be altered. And people are always looking for, something in the brain, are always looking for, the brain to alter the brain, whether it be chemically, surgically, I don't know, manually through the use of an ice pick and a hammer, give someone just a factory reset, if you will.
Have you guys seen the leaked CIA lecture where they're talking about implementing a vaccine from rhinovirus that was engineered in order to make alterations in the singular gyrus with gene modification. Back
No.
from, I think it was from 2015. They were working on that ever since, and then they did the event 201 the year before the virus to plan out how it would lay out. But there was a lot of like premeditation that was finally like leaked out of that whole situation. But it's strange, they were trying to change part of the brain so that people that think radically would now be obedient, and they were going to try to like administer it to like all of the globe in order to achieve that.
And hey, if those agencies are to be believed, there are a lot of radicals out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said-
Three-letter agencies, very dangerous bunch of people, huh?
Yeah, like even fundamentalists, like they said they would like people would just all start to kind of level out and not think for themselves anymore afterwards.
Like didn't like in those times, didn't the New York Times or like whatever kind of larger newspaper, they did come out with an article telling the people like, stop doing your own research. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't do it.
They say-
Listen to the experts. And it's like,
This-
why? No, I've seen what comes of it.
Yeah, my cherry says obedient. Yeah, it's the same like that stuff they put in the water, right? When they're putting whatchamacallit,
Fluoride.
Nazi
Oh,
juice in the water. What do they call the Nazi juice again?
Fluoride.
Fluoride.
Yeah.
Oh, that stuff that makes the frogs gay.
No, I think that's xenoestrogens. But well, I don't know. Maybe fluoride does, but fluoride basically affects that part of the brain and causes you to become more less likely to have an extreme emotional reaction to anything.
More docile.
Yeah.
Yeah, docile, which means you're easier to control and less likely to think for yourself, because that whole reaction, emotional reaction, like you're gonna do what to people where I live? No. People will stand outside with sticks and say, no, this isn't happening. But like they'll just be like, oh well, they've announced they're gonna come and they're gonna euthanize like 30% of the population because the economy.
And that's also like coming back to the whole facts thing. Like now we're really seeing the the cult of science, and whatever they say is fact, and you can't deny fact. You're not
Fact
supposed
checkers.
to question. Yeah. Oh God, don't get me started on those motherfuckers. Like you're not supposed to question it. The science is settled. No, because that's not how science works. Scientists ask questions. Then they find something that brings up even more questions. Like it'll answer one thing and bring up 10 other questions. So then they do research to see if they can find the answers to those 10 questions, etc., etc., etc. It is never settled because that's not how science works. Science isn't fact. Science is speculation, Occam's razor, probably at best. Like, it seems likely that it works like this. We're going to say it works like this. Do all the experiments to find out if it actually does. That is still questioning because, you're not sure if it works like that. But yeah, like fact checkers. Ooh, oh, you said something wrong. Like the whole meme, like, oh, actually.
Well, I think it's time for us to be wrapping it up. We've been running now for 4 hours and 40 minutes getting to. I thought I'd give you guys last chance to add last sentences, ideas, concepts to the table. Do you guys have last ideas that you want to
No, I
put
just
on the
want
table?
to. I just want to say thank you for having me back on. again, and letting me spout all these ideas and have rants and all of that. I can be very passionate about these topics. Luckily, there is a pagan revival going. There is a return to tradition happening. So we're on our way. We're getting there. Things will get better, but unfortunately, they have to get a lot worse before they get a lot better. Well, we're working on it. Also, with the Greyhorn Pagans, the pagan revival, we're working on it. So do join us and go to our website www.greyhornpagans.com for everything that we do, and to help us just first of all bring some common sense back to the world.
Well, thank you. Always an honor having you.
Yeah. I just want to make a couple of closing statements. I'm just going to point out some things other people said in the talk today that really stuck out to me. Franklin was saying that true knowledge only comes from intuition, and that information just gives us beliefs, not true knowledge. So also we had, I think it was probably Cosmic that said, or maybe Franklin that said, understanding the mystery of your origin will set you free. And that's a really powerful,
Cosmic.
powerful statement right there that he got from the Fae. That's kind of been like the work of my life, trying to help understand our origins and stuff. So that was really poignant to hear that. And thank you guys for a great discussion. I learned a lot today, and it was great. I love that chart you made. It worked out wonderfully for this discussion.
An honor. The honor was mine. Lovely having you guys on. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Cosmic's with his family. That's why he's not here. His family, he had his family around, so he was going to be being borrowed. But
thank you.
Been absolutely great. Thank you, everybody in the chat. I hope you got what you came for. I hope you guys are going to have a lovely Saturday afternoon in the States, Saturday night in Europe, South Africa. Sending you all big love, peace, honor, respect, and so much love. Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Blessed be.